if my general stops trying to incite rebellion.
Alright.
I swear it wasn't my fault.
You weren't
My
the general.
cousins.
The money begins to flow. Connecting to the server is proving painful.
Wrong in the situation because you were
Oh, why are we back
on
to
the placements.
Because I don't have a dedicated campaign channel for this yet.
Ah,
So feel free to begin your streaming as you will, and do an intro.
welcome back. This is session 2. We're not naming sessions yet, so we're good. Hand it over to the DM again. Trickster's Pride.
We're likely not going to be naming sessions. At least, I can't think of it yet. In either case, we'll be...
in the background, don't tell players.
Fair. That's fine. We'll be heading right back into this one, though midway through the session, our Duke will be taking an exit. His father has a birthday, so...
Gotta visit dear old dad.
Oh, getting back to the income phase. Do any of you have withdrawals, deposits, or expensive items to sell?
No.
Negative.
No.
Alright, then, to collect taxes.
Lovely. Taxation!
It's an economy check. Come on.
Without representation.
Shut up.
Oreo. Economy is plus 58. 20 plus 58.
I'm going to be editing the kingdom sheet for a minute.
Wait, I was on that. Give me a second, I'll cancel. But now you're free.
Okay.
Unfortunately for us, our country has the stability of a wet noodle.
Actually, we're pretty stable. The problem is that our stability is decreasing because those who are supposed to keep it stable are
Not in power.
not doing it yet. Or not doing
Oh, I'm
it very
sorry.
well.
That's not my job, actually.
I keep the
Yes,
criminals
it is.
in or out.
No, it's the warden's job.
The three of you
Unfortunately-
together, the general, the warden, and the...
Also,
You can debate this responsibility in the council chamber as opposed to out of
also the
character.
lack of a
I
Chill,
That's
you
lack-
too.
This isn't character.
You will be able to debate it in character when you are actually together. Right now, this is the mechanical stage.
or
So we have gnomes now?
No. Gnomes are extinct.
No wonder why the mechanics are so dry.
Oh god. Someone's about to take psych damage.
And
wonder
since
who it is.
our turns are month-based, psychic damage will last an entire month.
No, it's just, semi-permanent until the DM forgets about it.
Never mind, it's even worse than I thought.
Anyway, so, nuggetry aside, what did you get for your
So I
taxation
totaled
check?
66, I don't remember what the target number
That beats the DC, you're fine. So divide that by 3 and you have your treasury.
22. Is that right? Yeah,
Yes.
22.
So, then in that case, King,
Mhm.
do you want the money?
I want my money!
Oh, at 22. Plus, the extra modifiers.
$22. 22? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm slightly confused.
66 divided by 3.
Yes, that's 22. Okay.
Yes, and then your income is plus 15. And there's a
Ah.
minus 10 from consumption. But minus 10 from the consumption takes over next turn, remember.
Yeah, okay. So, 22 plus 15 is 37. That's 37 makes it a glorious 27. Income taxation, which I believe I cannot spend this turn anymore. No. Then I go into the treasury. Bring it to a healthy 49 BP.
No.
Oh.
Remember, it goes in at the right.
I don't know. Anyway, I'll leave it like this then.
Also, remember, the plus 15, you've already... Okay. You've been editing these numbers. You have to keep track of your own math.
Yeah. It's 22
So,
plus 15 is a
14.
37.
But 39 minus 14 is...
Okay, what am I... 39
25.
BP is 25.
So that would be a negative 25 then if you're accounting for it like this, not a negative 10.
Uh-huh. Right, okay. That makes more
So
sense. I was wondering
yeah.
why my treasury was as it was.
So vast.
25, yeah, and then I remove it with the 15, which made it a minus 10. This is why I was confused. Thank fuck.
Yes, so that means it's actually a minus 10 to whatever you just rolled, which would be a 22 for a total of
It's
plus 12.
a 12. Now it makes sense. Excellent.
Yes. You do need to keep track of your own numbers here, my friend.
Yes, but I get it, but at the same time you were confusing me with other numbers.
Anyway.
I'm going to write out my sums. Don't worry.
Ladies and gentlemen, our king.
As long as
Event
it's not the
fate.
prisoner.
Who's rolling? It can't be those who rolled previously. So, Yvonne, you're immune.
And I believe it is my turn.
It could be anyone. It could be you. It could be Countess de Sard. It could be Baron Dubois. But it can't be the
I'll
Duke,
do it.
who's gone anyway. And it can't be Yvonne.
I'll do it.
What? Account
D100.
Wasn't there a thing about rerolls, or is that
One per session.
one per session?
Save it. You might need it. No event.
I like this. Nice and quiet.
Okay. I see. That's interesting. So, yeah. That brings us to the end of that turn, which brings us to transitioning to a new turn. So, first of all...
Are we figuring out what we're actually doing for the month?
Shut up and let me GM. That's what I was about to ask. You get to go last now. So, what are you all doing for this month? The Count is excused. Sorry, the Duke is excused. The Count is waiting for everyone else.
Well, I need to talk with Cedric about the paper. If he wants to let any of his people transfer, or if that may put him in a critical situation.
Alright, how do you arrange for this?
Well, considering how the last conversation about one of these papers went, he's not going to Slowly announce it to the world. He's going to look for Cedric at the capital. Maybe at
Alright.
his home bank, just to set up a friendly meeting.
So you visit the bank and ask to arrange a meeting with the bank's owner. As the marshal for this kingdom, this goes through pretty simply. Cedric,
Yes.
are you amenable to a meeting scheduled with the marshal?
Sure. We can go
All
into
right,
the vault.
then a meeting is scheduled between you two. Feel free to introduce this as you please. It is on Cedric's terms, since you sought the meeting.
It's Lowell. That's the character name, last name, right?
Yes,
Okay.
this
Yes.
is Baron Yvonne Luel. It would be Baron Luel, or Sir Luel, since he is a knight.
Ah, Sir Lowell, how are you today?
Well, today fine. The last month or two, it's been interesting. Been
Yes.
trying to reinforce numbers after unfortunate events.
Well, if you would like to follow me into the vault, we can have our meeting in the vault, if you wish. In fact, I could show you around a little bit if you want.
Sure, that'll be fine.
You are free to describe this however you please. The vault frankly changes based on the personality and mood of its owner, so...
Well, once you described Greengrutz when you were talking about the powers of the key, so we'll go with that. But less the scenes related to the cart, and more the scenes related to the hallway with an open, kind of open cavernous look off to the side.
Try describing that instead of telling me based on that series. Not everyone will have seen it, and I have not.
Right. So we got on your right side big doors without handles, just little what are those? I don't know what they're called, but they're basically
Knockers.
hand-sized covers that move upwards and to the right in order to insert a key into them. And that's how you would access the vault doors.
Yes, which you move them upwards to the right. And instead of inserting the key, you actually just tap the key against the door after having moved it.
Yes.
It's a little trick. You don't actually insert the key. If you do that, it will eat the key. Then you'll have to go find it in the vault. There's a lot of security measures here.
Right. Normal users who aren't using the key to get around would need to have specific vault keys to their door.
Yes. Which would bring them to a specific section that they'll have to navigate from there. This one brings you wherever you please.
Yes. Thanks for doing that.
Please just keep getting bigger.
No. Little smirk.
He says as the door grows slightly larger in front of you.
The vault knows my will. Anyways, inside the room I brought you to is just a small.
Well,
Table.
gonna hold up a finger. Wait. It knows you really. Is it a mimic?
No.
It would be wise not to question the vault.
You.
I'm a level with you out of character. You would be wise not to question the vault.
Don't think about it too hard, Sir Knight. You might stay up late at night worrying about things you shouldn't worry about.
Yeah, I'd rather talk about this paper than looks around this.
Okay. Yeah, no, the room we enter is somewhat small, perfect for a meeting room. Very plain looking walls, single table, standard chairs that you would find in upper upper nobility? Yeah, Baron's considered upper nobility house.
Yes, since you're not important nobility, you're just upper.
Yes.
Or I guess upper low ranked. Mid ranked nobility is more accurate.
Okay. Mid-ranked nobility chairs. There's right now only two across each other. There is candles for lighting. If you would have a seat, you may begin. Unless you would like a tour first.
No, we could definitely do the tour later, but I do have one more question. Who lights those? Pointing at the candles.
Hand on the shoulder this time. Like I said, you should not ask too many questions about the vault. That'll keep you up at night.
He says as he's looking at you and you're looking at the candles, and you watch the candle just kind of flicker, turn out. And then when Chris looks back, it's on again.
Okay. Yes. So, recently, as you know, the king has acquired the expansion and the training of new individuals for our various positions. I had received several lists after getting some much needed help from one of our other upper staff. And one of the lists I want to bring up to you directly first, before I even attempt any interaction or anything. It seems to be a list of individuals from your subsection that wish a change of pace. I do not want to do anything that would cause undue stress to your section. So, would you be able to have some of these people move, or do you want the list for different checks? How do you want to go about this?
Quick question, DM. We're stressed, aren't we? Everybody's stressed. Manpower-wise. Is that correct?
The bank is perhaps less affected by the stress than most other organizations. It's not that you have plenty of people on hand so much as you have enough that the bank is not exactly running on strings. Like, this isn't a tight budget so much as it's an adequate budget. It's not tight on staffing so much as it's adequate on staffing. This isn't a skeleton crew like a lot of other governmental departments are running on right now.
So, you asking me to let go of some of my employees to become employees of yours, because some of them would like to see a change of pace. Is that my understanding? This is not a temporary loaning situation. This is a permanent transfer.
Yes. This would be leading into a important situation where, as far as where some of them would be lacking positions where, as you're aware, as marshals need to enforce the laws and checking out of villages and sections at the edge of the territory. That involves checking and making sure the taxation has been done correctly. The crossover experience would be extremely helpful in finished training some of my other new recruits, if possible.
Your, let's say, I don't keep as tight of a hold on my employees as probably some of the other government organizations. But if you are wanting to take them, they don't volunteer on their own.
Oh, no.
If you are reaching out to me on their behalf, this is a mistake. If I see that list, actually, do you have the list on you?
I do.
Maybe make him make a perception check. If this changes on my mood darkened.
Go ahead and make the check. You were going to make a check, Cedric?
No. No, if the place reflects my mood, it would reflect the room getting darker, okay, colder, and whatnot.
He does not have to make a check.
Okay.
All right. So, like, the candles start dimming. Kind of looks around.
It's a little bit colder.
Has anyone ever told you that, for a banker, I swear you should be more like a lawyer in here? Anyways, it's why I bring it up to you first and not just walk up to them and whisk them away. I don't want no friction between our sections. We have to work together to keep kingdom stability.
Oddly enough, you're creating friction with this request, especially since you have the list with you. Now, if I see that list, I won't fire them, but they will never move from whatever position they're at. They will be stuck, never advancing. If they want to seek you out on their own, that is their business. But I consider it a form of poaching for you to come with a list and ask.
You seem to misunderstand the term, then.
Well, please explain it.
Because I'm inquiring of if it is even possible or available. I am not saying, oh, I wish to take them immediately, or I am fighting in advocacy, trading favor to take them. I am seeing if it would cause undue problems or stress. I am seeing if it is possible to try to increase cooperation between through such actions of recently received. I can live without this list. In fact, I could destroy it right now and not mind. I inquire out of respect. If you see this as disrespect, then I will not inquire again. I am trying to be clear with my intentions, and that is to do the best I can to follow the orders I've been given, and also keep everyone else aware of when I walk near their lines.
Mm-hmm.
I did not enter your house to insult you.
I do suppose, depending on the position of the people who left, there would be no problem organizationally. I do not like to hear that members of my organization within the kingdom want to leave it and have either petitioned to leave it with somebody, or somebody has found a way to get a hold of the information and has collected it for another organization within the kingdom to have. Does this make sense to you, Randall? Lord?
You're worried about possible outside influences and the underworld side of things. Those that would have this inclination could be easier susceptible to corruption to get what they want. Yes?
Yes. And it could be seen as a form of bribery, which I frown upon. And it's also corruption-based.
I guess the best way that I would put it is instead of even dealing with this, how about I make it open in both ways? Have it be an open inquiry on both sides if any of what's little left of my guys wishes to settle down and do some more accounting and stay within the rules of you guys, and make it a much more formal request. That way, there is no their interest being redirected through sub-paths.
I will note, this does not currently benefit you, Chris. His organization, the Border Guard, is relatively shattered and has little staffing. Yours is at the opposite end of the arrangement.
So, right now, you want me to assist this way in helping your essentially shattered part of the kingdom organization in hopes that in the future yours will help me out. It's very one-sided and very far in the future before there's any returns on such an investment.
On the contrary. Didn't I state earlier what the exact jobs of my guards are to do? They protect the borders, they patrol towns, they enforce laws, and part of it is making sure the taxes are being appropriately paid to make sure there's no corruption there.
No, that is not your job. That would be the marshal's job.
My
That
thing
last
literally
part specifically.
It literally says I help boost economy, like the income.
Yes, you boost the economy through the safety of the mercantile class that travel throughout the kingdom by securing the kingdom's safety in a broader sense. You do not do tax collection itself. You are not directly responsible for the taxes. You might be responsible for the safety of the tax collectors.
But by the same reason, I contribute to economy, and my countess does not participate in collection.
You do not, just because you contribute to economy does not mean you participate in taxation.
No. There was a conception there, especially during previous talks of this position, of if one of his people be corrupt or so, that my people usually, depending on where it is.
You are somewhat of a watcher of stuff.
You'd be looking for things happening externally rather than inside the towns themselves, Vecna. You're not really responsible for interpersonal problems, which is where corruption usually comes from. You know.
All right. Then
corruption is much more the warden's problem.
Which we currently still do not have.
Because, as you know, do you remember the recent trip? That was... Oh, no, it wasn't recent. No. Do you recall the trip that was taken several years ago to our south? The goblins, the trip, the current king, myself, and my cousin.
Where you got the special fruit that I've heard about, but never actually seen.
Yes. There are plenty of things out there that can cause great problems. If you say no, I'll take no. I am just worried for the protection and commerce of our people long term.
What keeps you from recruiting common folk? Or maybe... No, there's not a lot of nobles left, so even lesser sons would be hard to find. But yes, what keeps you from recruiting?
Death. We have too few people. The disease that just passed and the cold. I need people that are either relatively trained to a certain extent to make sure there's no extra casualties during training. I can't just send anyone out to go patrol the borders. Things are too big, and it's too easy to be caught out. This restricts who I can pull from. Also, I need people that are relatively lawful. I'm willing to help make sure that legality is kept. This restricts it even further.
The kingdom at large has a manpower problem. I'm not sure how you intend to fix that, because pulling from anybody else will short them.
Yes, it's why when you do recall the unfortunate events of like last month, where
Last several
during
years, you mean?
no, the training for my cousin and his men and promotions, I had received word that some of his men were looking to join my ranks, and I gave my cousin the same courtesy I'm giving you. To talk, inquire, not to just accept them out of hand, or even try and go get them. It is of a similar situation. I'm not trying to cause more strife, I'm trying to make sure as many people are as happy as can be, while maintaining as much fluidity in capability.
I think you would have better luck trying to recruit a trainer who would then be able to go among the common folk and find you recruits to be trained than to pull from any other organization already working for the government. Considering how that response went, if the rumors I heard about you being unpopular with
If you wish to pull rumors, you need to roll knowledge nobility.
I did last week. I kind of rolled.
Oh, and you made it?
So I heard about it, but I didn't know anything specific. You just told me specifics.
I thought that was the king.
No, the king did.
King learned some specifics, but he didn't learn enough.
No,
I didn't learn.
King rolled really low.
No,
that's
the
why
king
he
rolled
thought
shit.
Yeah, that's why he thought I fucked up.
Right.
If you rolled decently well, you probably rolled better than the king, who rolled really bad.
Did not roll well.
Then we'll say you have the same knowledge as the king. However, I don't remember this occurring, so it will be minimal.
That's what I.
Go ahead.
And he just gave me more details, so.
He did.
He did. So yes, I don't foresee that going well for you. You might want to change tactics and try and get a trainer who can oversee training some common folk and shifting them for you.
Thank you for your time. I see how this is currently going. We seem to have some general miscommunication, and it seems, unfortunately, that even though reputation I did not earn is being thrusted upon,
That is
trying to do the opposite,
right?
and yet it's being thrown the other way. I bid you a good day. Could you please lead me out?
You obviously don't know how to negotiate. I will get up and I will lead him out.
You actually don't have to lead him out. Anyone who wants out of the vault can always get out.
Oh.
Provided you didn't take anything.
Yeah, didn't take Jack. No, I actually had multiple negotiation points as I went through bit by bit.
No arguing meta.
All right.
Convince him in character if you need to.
I don't know. Wait, when it failed, that's why I'm walking.
It did fail. You are walking. What are you doing with the rest of your month?
Well, I'm now using the 3 lists that were functional, because I do know I now owe a favor to our spy master.
How are you going about finishing with these lists, though?
Well, with the last list and the current stress for that one, remember the first one, the one that was about the guard, was given to the spy master in case, due to the guard's tenuous nature. This list is just being destroyed. And then with
Okay.
the 3 list, Yvonne would like to travel and go see these men for himself. Start trying to collect them, because as far as I'm aware, I have less than a handful of guys under me right now, correct?
You have a handful of people. Yeah, you have maybe 24 of lesser nobility or middle class folk, or a few lower class who've just worked their way and survived the plague. They're veterans, but there's
Then-
like 24 guys.
Yeah, then, especially with our weekend numbers, this may take time until next month then, call them to meet up at Tor Desire, the tower, and we are going to hit the locations with list and pick up the individuals as the ones that wanted to come to work. I have the 3
You'll
list
have
names
to do.
still.
I know. You'll have to do
Okay.
traveling around for the poachers, since they're not all in one location. You'll have to travel around the kingdom to recruit them, which means you'll be sending your guys to do it.
Yep.
Same for the last list, those of the common folk who just need work. Though that will be a lot more within cities.
Yeah, that'll be a lot more in cities.
Still,
And then-
that's a general collection. You can't go and do that all on your own because it's scattered all around the kingdom.
Yes, that's why we're meeting up at the tower first, to go figure out where
Yep.
we're going to pick everyone up.
That goes easily enough. The other list you're thinking of, you can either meet with the spy master himself or arrange a meeting with one of the Duke's squires who come from his region and to you are a known connection to him.
The Duke's a fairly busy man. Stuff's
He is.
been nuts. I will go through one of the squires.
Which, upon giving them the list, they'll ask for some time, double check it, and they confirm that, yep, this means what it says. You'll be able to meet them before the end of the month. It's up to you to set the conditions of that meeting as you please, but it's not something you have to go over in person if you don't want to.
It's with the hiring. It's generally, unless it's fairly lax, we're to have these people grouped together. We're to try getting skilled from different groups to help teach each other what the proper role is, sprinkling in the last experienced guys I have left.
Yeah, you basically have 24 units of border guard, as each of them ends up leading their own unit. The poachers can be sprinkled in wherever. They have all the experience in the actual work. Like, they know how to hunt beasts. They're familiar with the patterns. They're familiar with the wilds, the trails, camping out there, roughing it, everything. The law, they're more familiar with it than most people, but not for the right reasons. And
Oh,
they're not necessarily evil bastards or anything, but they're not really ashamed of providing food and money to their families either. Yeah, they got a legal way to do it now. They'll take that. Like, they're the guys you were pointed to are up for living above the law for sure. But they're not ashamed for doing what they did during the plague.
Yep, and the way Yvonne puts it, is as long as the rules are followed while you serve under the border guard, you did before does not matter. It's the enforcement of the laws that matter.
All right. This also means that you actually, this is a permanent bonus, depending on your behavior. If you choose to adopt the poacher's habits and, embrace the habits they currently possess, you will receive a minor bonus permanently when it comes to identifying essentially illegal travelers, bandits, poachers, tribals, monster movement patterns, migration, all of that. You can receive a bonus to dealing with these things of +2. However, as a result, it will reduce your reputation with the nobility as an organization by 2.
I'm actually going to do it for the sheer fact of I care mostly about the law in its entirety. And as per previous discussion, it was never made illegal to do that hunting they needed to make
It
sure
wasn't.
families survive. So these tactics and stuff may seem lowborn, but they help enforce the very laws of the land.
It's not that they seem lowborn, it's that to the Knights of the Kingdom, this is a bit scummy from their point of view. Like, you're skulking around in the dark like rats. They don't like that kind of stuff. But it means your organization in general will be better at tracking wild beasts and men.
Yep.
Because the poachers are pretty good at that.
I will integrate them. Yeah.
Okay. That is integration, then. You will need to mark that down somewhere on your sheet.
Yeah,
this will be... Let's call this... You got a name for it? I'm actually running a blank.
To name the ability itself, or the term to use for it?
The name of the trait itself, yes.
Mhm.
Since this is a trait. I could just call it poaching habits.
No, something... I almost want to call it, like, almost... down to earth or something like that, because it is very...
It's not just down to earth. It's a bit beyond that.
Poaching habits make sense. He's been poaching things. I've been trying to.
Skulker training.
Skulking habits.
Skulking habits, sure. That's fine. This gives you a +2 on said checks to track beasts, monsters, humanoids, anything that would require your border guard track things, you get a +2. However, when it comes to making checks on the nobility or in noble or knightly circumstances, you receive a -2. Because your reputation with the nobility is low.
Yep, I already see
this
the way
trait may get better or worse depending on what you do.
Could I request another note, please?
Sure. This is where you're going to keep your border guard organizational stuff?
No, I'm going to start in... Well, I'm going to need 2 notes then. I want to do one for my border guard organization. Another one, I'm setting up my own type of personal reputation scale.
Okay, then I will approve your money list. Have you put all this stuff on your sheet?
The money list? Yes.
I will approve it, subtract the gold as you should, and equip the stuff. That will be your new border guard list, and I will give you one more for, as you said, your reputational stuff.
Thank you.
Though, wouldn't this fit under your debt to me and others notes?
It's starting in there, but I'm moving it.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, other than that, the common folk integration is just simple. You have to train them. It provides a bulk force to replace numbers. This will be the vast majority of your men right now, but it is what it is. The handful of men you get from the spy master, you're free to roll a 2d20. What did you get?
2 6s.
12. You receive 12 fairly skilled men who meet with you later on in the month, later on in the evening, who have already acquired equipment similar to your border guards. Not like an exact copy or anything, but they have equipped themselves similar to the guards and poachers already. However, notably, they are also equipped with firearms. They will work for you as you please. Notably, they're not especially good at cooperating with the rest of the guard, and not like, oh, we hate these people, but just they operate differently from how your veterans do. And unlike the poachers, they operate quite differently. They're very familiar with the law. They're very familiar with the work, but they don't do it in the same way. Do you want to integrate them with your units or use them in a different fashion? And if so, how?
I want to use them in a different fashion.
Fashion. If so,
Fashion,
how?
yeah. The idea here is part of the responsibilities would be sometimes dealing with intruding creatures or other things. They would be a form of response group to either hunt high priority targets that are trying to flee the border. Think of them like comparing the police to SWAT.
They're a hit unit.
They're a hit unit.
Which
So
they would propose using half cells in that point of view. Which would be teams of 3.
I would accept their experience on this.
Then you will have 4 hit teams, more or less. These guys can accomplish tasks for you when and where you need them to, but if they're not accomplishing specific tasks, they will simply support your border guard's wider operations by hunting more dangerous things. They will openly confess that anything they hunt, they will typically sell the valuables off of it. This is their money, as far as they're concerned, since
Yes.
they killed it.
As is their right. The only time it'd be proclaimed is the king claims that such targets had, or it's required for a specific mission. Other than that,
Yes,
Hunt
obviously
would you
royal
kill?
orders supersede everything, but if they take down a monstrous, overgrown boar that's been rampaging through the fields, they're going to sell the meat and keep the coin.
matter of fact, could I stretch this ideal to the rest of the guys, like just like the poachers?
In your guard, yes, you could.
Then yeah, they have full rights.
All right, I'd like you to keep that hunting rights in mind for your detachment. That's something you should probably write down as a quality, since it will affect your guard in the future.
Yep,
Positively
anytime.
and negatively. I will also note that formation of this unit, you have enough experienced staff for it to matter right away. Up front, right now, it provides a +1 to stability. It will eventually grow to a 2, and you receive a -1 specifically from the hunting cells. Meaning it's 2 right now and will eventually grow to a 4. Feel free to note where these bonuses specifically come from, however you please, but it means you are currently adding a +2 to stability from your border guard. King, you may add this to your stability right now. paying attention.
Yes.
And what are the two reasons I'm causing this possibility? Is my numbers?
Fuck, I was fucking muted. I apologize.
Just a big. Go ahead, Vecna.
Part of it's the numbers and the hunting rights.
You get 3 points overall. 1 for the guard itself. 1 for incorporation of the. Just forgot that trait. The skulking habits.
Skulking habits.
And 1 just from training from old veterancy that you already had. So it would have been a 2. You bumped it to a 3 by incorporating skulking habits. And you get a flat 1 bonus from the hunting cells.
And that
just
is
passive bonus, you know.
And that is also for stability, then?
It will be eventually. For now, it's 2.
48 stability.
Like, I'm telling him what his cap is, but he does have to, you know, keep them together and get them to work together properly, which won't happen right away, no matter how cooperative they are.
Stability is good.
Okay.
It's also notable, and something you had to figure out, you had to write down the names and places on separate lists to hand out to your men when they did this, because they couldn't read the list that you had.
Interesting.
You didn't test this with anyone else, but I will tell you very simply, Chris wouldn't have been able to read that list even if he wanted to. You would have given Cedric a blank piece of paper. Your counselor knows how to cover his tracks.
That's why I didn't even say him by name. I just keep it in mind.
You would have had to make a will save to do so.
Then I'm playing this.
You entered an agreement with him.
I did. I told I'd keep everything in mind and remember the favor.
Yep. In either case, that handles your month. You've had a busy and productive month.
Mm-hmm.
We will move to the others. Who else would like to go?
I would.
Go ahead, Kate.
Remind me, is it February or March this month?
This is March. This is the month where your high priest is inaugurated, and where everything changes in your religion.
Indeed. Well, then there are things happening. I will ensure to prepare for the Day of Ascension.
Mm-hmm.
Presiding and keeping track of who does what in the realm of legality.
Well, you don't necessarily preside over these things, much as you are informed of them. The clergy does operate independent of royal authority.
Yes.
You can, of course, influence it as you please, and you have, but you are not in direct control of the church.
No, this is more presiding over the information as he's getting it.
Which your candidate does, with your support, become the elected candidate.
Well, that's good.
This causes little disgruntlement among the main body, though the militant order does bristle a bit under the selected candidate. The legal section proceeds as if nothing has happened. Not because they don't care about the candidate, but because they had no dog in this game. They do not care who was elected.
Well, that's good. Minimal problematic waves as it stands.
Some disgruntlement from the more martial aspects of the church, but that's about it.
Yes, they were hoping for their
No, they just are not very fond of your chosen candidate.
Oh, interesting. Has my uncle coming back to me with any information regarding the
None.
new? None. All right. That will come in time, I'm sure. Well, with that arranged, not saying that it is March, so we have limited time. Alright, I will preside, of course. I will call a meeting with several members of the court for the planning regarding the day of founding. It is in May, but we have limited time after all.
Then that will occur during the regularly scheduled council meeting. Since you're requesting the counselors, and that's the time when you would get together anyway.
And not necessarily the counselors, but if there are
Then
any
what do you mean?
planners. Party planners, people who are normally in charge of
Courtiers,
the
then.
mundaneness.
Or,
Yes.
or the court in general. Your court.
Yes, that was I was referring to the court.
Yes, not your royal advisors.
No.
Yes, that's different. Good.
All right, the
Okay.
royal advisors are now the council, and this is
Yes.
the court.
Now, we're going to change that name to the royal advisors, since that makes it a bit less difficult to mix up. So, all right, that goes fairly smoothly. What are you planning?
Considering the rather downers of the past few years, there should be a proper festivity, something to cheer people up, to have a brighter future ahead. And
All right.
I'm planning on a overall lavish festivities, some large amount of activities, entertainment, as well as providing large quantities of free food and drinks to the populace.
All right, what manner of drinks?
We shall go with the light flavored alcohols. We have one brewery after all.
You can arrange for that.
Other than that, most of the normal common beverages in the kingdom. I doubt we have enough to provide the high stuff.
No.
With our limited.
Not to regular
industry.
people.
No.
Only the nobility, really.
And we'll ensure for food plenty. And
All right, that's fair.
cover the cost from the treasury.
How much will you spend?
If I remember my mathematicians regarding BP correctly, that the BP is about
4K each point. But don't worry about the specifics of how much it is exactly worth.
I'm just thinking about, okay, if you have to feed the average person, I will spend, considering the importance of this festivity, 15 BP.
Damn.
I see. Very well. Please keep track of that. It will take into effect on that month.
I will make a note.
It technically has effect now, even, and, in the current month you are moving into, April, but the effects are not mechanical yet. They might help you. We'll see. Probably will add how much you spent, but don't worry about that.
Day of founding. Budget for March, 15 BP. Alright, there are my notes. and I ensure that the court starts their preparations in earnest.
Very well. That will likely take much of your time, given how much resources you're expending.
Mhm.
So we will be moving to the next player, whoever that would be. We have Countess Tassard and Baron Dubois. If either of you would like to speak up, even if you have nothing to do this month, you still have to say so.
You literally told me I was going last.
Right. You're going last. Baron, unless you wish to cede your turn to the Countess.
No, I don't have anything outside of the normal activities to do this month, so.
All right.
Or,
Then with that, your turn is finished. It's to the Countess, I guess.
I've got a couple things I'd like to do.
All right.
The first, I was assigned to investigate this particular tile to see if it is if the soil is viable for this, pond we're looking to make.
All right. You should know how to do this. You did this before.
I believe it was nature last time.
That is an acceptable check.
Alright. I'm going to use one of my fruits again to raise this to a 20 modifier.
All right, you have you have those fruits. I remember.
27.
And let me check dice. The soil here, reinforced by tree roots as it is suitably firm. It would at least make the pond stable enough. There's enough groundwater below that it wouldn't be especially difficult to bring it to the surface, provided you could do so somehow or unearth it. Like, however you would pierce the aquifer itself is up to you, but creating one here is doable. It might not even need the aqueduct. It's not without risk, but it is what it is.
Yeah, but what isn't?
Pretty much.
Alright, and how much of my month is that taking up? This is mostly a field survey.
Let's say half of your available time.
So, I'm spending like 8 hours a day or so working on that for the 2 weeks.
Sure, if that's how you want to manage it.
Okay. In that case, I would like to use both the other 8 hours of my, waking time during that survey, as well as the rest, another 8 hours per day for the rest of my turn to start my crafting enterprise.
And this will be doing?
In this case, she's going to be just putting together something pretty basic, since she does not have a big market at her disposal right now. She's making cure potions, a lot of cure potions. I do actually have my own capital to pay for.
How many
it.
cure potions could you make in a day?
Given that I have the spell, and with the bonus you gave me, that's a 2.5 times increase. So we round that up to 3. Or am I rounding down? Whichever you prefer, GM.
As you please.
In that case, rounding up, I can output 12 per day.
And how much do these cost on market? Actually, better yet, how much do they cost you? And then how much do they cost on market?
Well, for a basic cure light, which is what the bulk of these are probably going to be. They'd cost me 25 gold each. They are a pittance.
And how much do they sell for?
Generally, they sell for 50 at market value.
All right, so let's consider that you'd make 25 gold per.
Keep in mind, that's just the most basic one. I can go up more, but
What are you? What are we doing then? What are you generally crafting in a day? If you want to make it a more complicated formula, you will need to present me with one. Cure lights, you will not have difficulty selling.
Mhm.
Other potions may require checks. Cure lights are cheap enough that most soldiers could consider buying one.
Yeah.
Which means that the kingdom does not have a hard time offloading more of them. Cure moderates are a bit more pricey. Knights might buy them. And your kingdom, say kingdom of knight nobility. But, that's not nearly as numerous as the soldiers, who would probably not consider buying a moderate.
Yeah, chances are a moderate or a serious would be going to things like a knight or a lord.
A serious would mostly be purchased by ranking nobility, those who actually have a title, as opposed to just a knighthood.
Yeah. Alright, you know what, I actually have a pretty easy way to do this. Instead of trying to... let me, write the formula a little different. What I'm going to do then to, represent my increased time, is effectively to multiply the budget that I can make within a day. You know, normally,
Sure.
For 8 hours, you have 1,000 gold for, you know, making a worth of gold for making magic items. I raised that to 2,500. Probably easier than trying to... And, you know, for, normally, if it's a gold value of less than 250, you can just make it within 2 hours. Which I'm going to increase that. Get my calculator real quick. Which I raised to 625.
And then how much and what will you make per day?
I know. I'm doing math.
I prefer you have this math done before you wish to present me with a proposal next time. If that's acceptable.
Anyway, yes, that would mean that, I read this right, I can actually get 12 potions done within a pretty small amount of time, actually. Anyway, in this case, I'm going to be making... I'll stick with my original formula for ease on this particular month. 9 cure lights and 2 cure moderates per day.
All right. And how much do cure moderates cost?
Cost
Both
me?
you and then sold.
Sold, they're worth 300. For me, it's 150.
All right. Which would give you a total of, let's say, for simplicity's sake, blah. No, not sneeze. Just, well, that is what it is. 31. So 31 times 9. This is your math. I hope you have a calculator.
I do. That's 279.
All right, 279, which can be sold easily, each for a profit of... Are you trying to sell it fast, or are you trying to sell it over time?
Over time.
Then it will be sold at full price. However, you will only be able to sell... What's your charisma bonus?
+4.
4d100 in a single month.
Oh, so in theory, I could just sell those all anyway.
If you're lucky.
Okay. Can I get a handout, please, so I can note this down? Formula and rules. Speed this up next time.
All right, you have the handout.
Okay. Anyway, so that's like your lights. And then,
We're handling those first.
Mm-hmm. So 4d100, you said?
Yes.
All right.
You may sell 154, making 154 times 25 in gold.
So, almost 4,000. Pretty good haul, I'd say. So I sold the bulk of them.
You may keep the rest in reserve. After that, cure moderates.
Yep. Which should be 2 times
2 by
31.
31. 62.
Yep.
In this case, you may sell 4d20 of these in a month.
Alright. Decent odds still. 45.
You make 45 times 150.
Which is another 6,750.
Total this together, how much have you made?
This up. I just finished adding the other one, so give me a second, there you go, that was my original amount. So that's 3850 plus 10,600 in total.
10,600. Half of that rounded up must go to BP. So that means you lose 8,000, and you may keep the rest as personal funds.
Wait, how much of that gets put into BP?
8,000, which means you get 2 BP.
Oh, yeah, right. So 2,600 for myself.
Are you going to declare any of this as taxable income? You don't necessarily have to. Okay. 1 point of that BP will go to the Royal Treasury.
So out of the 2, I've lost half of it. I mean, still an extra BP per month. That's pretty alright.
And you made one for the king, who may or may not enjoy your behavior.
I would sure hope he does.
So, King, you were listening, yes?
He's muted again, isn't he?
Mr. King, I will require you to stay on call.
I am on call. King, yes, however, many things. I am actually trying to pay attention, but...
Please do.
It's partially my fault. My apologies. Continue.
Are you being gay together? Like, are you distracting him?
More of an out of character inquiry.
Okay.
Do this. Okay.
Do I need to give you to a room?
No, we're fine. So, I heard something about the king getting a BP.
Yes,
And-
Rosie, the Countess has been busy making curative potions for your knights and soldiers, and wisely, she has declared it as taxable income, which means...
No, not wisely. She didn't have to declare it. It's currently private income, which is not taxed.
Well, anyway, of the 2 BP she made from doing that, one of them goes to the Royal Treasury, and one of them goes to her personal one.
She will have to add.
Yes, I shall add to her personal treasury. Has a healthy 8 BP. A healthy treasury indeed.
I mean, she's worth as much as a whole lumber camp by herself.
Yes, you are. You've gotten.
Who's a good little lumber camp?
Hey, you.
Don't even go.
Ah, yes, the master of working the wood.
Ah, yes, that's right. I forgot. The Countess, the only female of this group. The master. Even better at working with wood than the lumber camp. I guess that makes sense since you're the only female on this council.
Well, no. Still not married.
Out of all those countless men who work with wood day in, day out to produce finances for this kingdom, you outwork them all on your own. You work with more income worth of wood than they could ever dream of working for in their lifetime. Are you proud of this?
Her husband could be quite happy.
That's fair.
Ah,
Anyway, messing around aside, you've added the income?
yes.
You do not have time for personal projects because of the time spent doing this crafting.
I figured.
Okay, then that's the end of your turn.
Sorry, I was also reading all the up phases and making sure I'm now doing things correctly because I've clearly not been doing them correctly. Now I'm
fine.
doing them correctly.
So, phase 1. Upkeep, which, given how we do, means that you now add that 12 BP into your treasury.
Yes, that has been done. We have a healthy 35 BP.
All right, please save.
Save.
Yes, I would like to see the up-to-dates, if you...
They're in there. You can look it up.
This also means you need to add the +3 to Deliro,
Ah, yes. Let me just do that.
plus...
I was wondering when that's supposed to be a thing, but now I get it.
1 to Lelu, and +3 to Dassard, as well as the bonuses for the smaller houses, which is a +3 to Demon, and +1 to Mazet, as well as the 4 to Lumber in the Mazet Lumber Warehouse.
All that lumber. I should one day find use for it.
Technically speaking, I'm going to change a little bit how that lumber is currently stored. Please make, a second racket to the right. Yep, I'll wait.
I will, but I will.
I'm waiting. Go ahead. Tell me when you get to the lumber.
Alright, let's see. That was an upkeep, 3 to +7, income, treasury. Ah, yes, the Lucro family makes no income as it is.
Which one?
Lucro. Or Luru. The
Leroux does
I'm-
make 1.
the,
And you mean Lelou?
Lulu.
Leroux makes 3. Lelou
the
makes
Royal
1.
Branch. The Branch family.
Yeah, he makes income +1 +2. He makes 3.
Okay.
He's doing just fine.
Okay. Apologies. It's been a hectic week since the last time I looked this over.
That's fine. However, this is how you wrote the math, so please keep track of how you're doing it.
Alright. So, Lulu makes 3. That's 11. Did I do that correctly? I'll do the numbers at some point because I have a feeling things. Oh, okay. And the shop also makes PP -4. You have an upkeep and you have an income, and that is being done by right, because you have that thing there. That is why. So you make a total of 3, which is 11. Next week I'm gonna work this over and make it more clear to myself.
Please do so with me so I can understand the numbers you write.
Alright, we will. Definitely. Yeah. We'll do that. Different day. Not now. Alright. Up. Alright. So we are at phase 1. Yes?
Yes, you have just done upkeep, which means adding the income to everyone, which you have done, I assume.
Yes.
I believe you added a 3 to Lelou. Could you explain why?
So
It should only be at 9.
this is the point where I'm.
They have an upkeep of 7, -2, and then -3. Which means they still have 2 points of upkeep.
Yep. Which. Oh, right, they pay that. Yeah, okay, 1. This is the point. I've somehow worked within a premise and I'm no longer understanding my own premise.
Yes, that's, it's not good.
Yes, this is why I'm gonna rework the entire thing. To make it work for me.
They'll still need to keep
And
it in roughly this order.
I'll do my bloody best.
We will do our best. This is also my sheet.
I'm aware, but I also have I have to understand it at the end of the day. Anyway, otherwise I'll make other sheets to make track. It's one to two. We'll see. Alright. Then the treasuries, all those pluses have been added. Alright. Does this now mean we have to pay the upkeep?
No, that was what you already kept track of in the numbers, that you were, oh god, you erased it all under the kingdom. Oh, no, you changed it a bit to consumption decrease.
Yes, in order to, because I was doing it wrong. This was part of why I was rereading the phases.
Oh, whatever, as long as I can read it.
So, the main point is, in phase 1 upkeep, you pay the cost.
No, it goes into a bonus incoming to your treasury.
Check your kingdom stability, pay cost, deal with unrest. Upkeep phase. Term stability, pay consumption, valid, modify unrest. It is in the income phase that you collect.
You want to play a rules lawyer?
Nope. I'm fine without this, but I'm just. Okay, fine enough.
There's a reason we were doing it this way, so we only have to add it all once. Otherwise, you'll be adding it all at 3 different stages of this check, dude.
That's fine.
So, anyway, it's all been added. You've changed the formula to some extent.
Just make it a little bit more clear on the oversight.
Phase 2. Do you have any official proclamations to make?
Not at this stage.
Alright. Income is technically what we mixed together, Titus. Because if you remember, we rolled treasury at the end of this list.
Yes.
Phase 3 is where we would add it in, if we're following the list exactly. What I do instead is I add it to a pool, and then I subtract the upkeep from that pool, and the end result comes to your treasury at Phase 1.
That's how it was.
Yes, we're just not splitting 3 and 1 together.
Okay, that's fine.
The way you only have to add all the numbers once. Would you like to do it this way or in the other way?
No, I'm fine with that way. Just that things were confusing at a certain point for me, and I pretty much went, okay, I'm breaking everything down to be manageable to me again. Because I was being confused by things. This is not your fault. This is not my fault.
Next time, please ask before you make changes. When it comes to the formula, everyone has to be able to read it.
I'm hoping this is clear enough.
It is.
I haven't changed anything else. I'm just pointing things down more than a 39 minus 14, which was the previous one.
Well, we dwell on it long enough. Events, which, again, we've already accounted for this. Nothing happens. Upkeep phase. Stability check. Your general is not here, so your marshal shall have to roll.
Marshal! There was stability of 48.
You did add the +2. Yeah, it was 36
Yes.
before, so you're good.
So I need to do D20 plus 48?
Correct.
Let's see if I roll better than my cousin.
It's not hard. You just have to not fail by 5. You failed by 1. So, that's 1 point of unrest.
At least it's not max unrest.
Yeah, no, it's a significant upgrade, sadly.
Alright, minus 14 on the unrest.
You had called for my name as I was arms deep in ribs.
After that, we'd be, if we're going by this list, paying consumption. Which would be, doing your consumption upkeep again. Would you like to do that? It's a joke.
Okay.
So, filling vacant magic item slots. You don't have any in your kingdom, right?
Not at the
Not
moment.
that I know of.
Not that I know of.
Alright. You've already done that, so that doesn't need to be done. The rest is already at the current stage. Next phase, edicts. Assigning leadership. You have a new person added to this, which will be present for the council's decisionary phase when you enact council. I will not reveal it until you've met them in person, but you have High Priestess Mycin Creepine.
High Priestess.
You haven't found the warden or otherwise, since the general is absent, was unable to work on it.
Yes.
Claiming and abandoning hexes. So, does anyone have any hexes they wish to claim? The general obviously forgoes this step, sort of, since he can't do anything since he's not here.
I have this particular one.
I believe that's exploring the hex.
Alright, reals.
But I still account for it here, so we have to account for less phases. And I have good news and bad news. Which do you want first?
Give me the bad news.
It's not done.
Damn it. What's the good news?
Nothing bad happened.
I guess no news is good news. This is true.
All right. Other than that, the Duke was investigating this tile, so let me go check and see what kind of tile it is, since it might be revealed this turn.
Returned.
It's definitely not. Wait a second, as the system does not cooperate with me on the GM layer. Alright, great. Now it's cooperating. I have marked out how much longer that will take him to determine. There was an investigation going on here with the Countess. What's going on? Oh no, that's going on from the Spymaster, right. The Countess was doing this one here.
Yep, I have no investigation right now. I'm busy looking into soil.
Welcome.
Welcome back. You're just in time for your turn, actually.
Cool.
For the Spymaster, let me see. He was determining the mines. What was he determining here? Does anyone remember?
He wanted to know
Iron
potential
mines.
flooding. No.
Oh, right. You were investigating.
The
Ports of
potential
Strange.
of using this, splitting the quarry. Wasn't he splitting the...
The potential of bringing water down into the quarry, from what I recall.
Yeah, basically splitting the aqueduct.
Which let me determine whether it's possible to split the aqueduct.
Without, draining my water, which I might have an objection to. Maybe
How does
that's
your
what-
water?
The Spymaster will have news on that to inform you of, as I have now accounted for it. And his team is finished within this time. So he will be moving it to here. Additionally, the Spymaster will be claiming a tile at this point.
Oh, alright.
So I will go and modify the
Are we
kingdom
only on
order.
the first turn?
We're at the mechanical part of it right now, yes.
Okay, so I missed the meeting. That's unfortunate.
No, you did not.
No, it hasn't happened yet.
We're about to hit the meeting. Basically, we're wrapping up the previous decisions and stuff set up. The resolution.
That took a while.
Yes, there was an overhaul that needed to be done for economic.
That's about how the thing worked.
That's fine.
Also,
Man.
there took a bit of time because of my interaction with the bank.
No one else has any tiles they wish to claim, yes?
I'm still waiting on this to be investigated.
Yeah.
I know. I've already resolved whether or not it will be investigated. Which it will take more time, I'm afraid.
That's fine. My guys can't be doing anything else important. I do have a proposal for a jag for later. If I miss my ability to purchase something, was that the next step?
That was already covered.
Heck. I had meant to purchase.
No,
something,
the
so-
purchasing has not occurred this turn yet.
Okay. I was like, dang, I was gonna purchase a orphanage.
So the Spy Master has purchased that tile that will cost them 1 BP. If you could subtract that from their thing. King.
Well,
Will be 1 from the
just me.
Treasury of Dulero. That will also add 1 to their income, as well as their territory. There will be 1 more H.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Do you need me to make these modifications, or are you going to be good?
I'm making it, but I have to find them on the list, my dear. So 1 BP to claim?
Yes. It takes 1 to claim, it adds 1 to their income and 1 to their territory.
Plus 1 to income. So he gets a plus. The plus 1 BP becomes a plus 2 BP. And he gets an additional territory.
This also means the kingdom will be gaining 1 hex in size, and will be increasing its DC target by a single point. It will also have 1 more point of consumption.
Give me a second. I need to. Alright, territory. And what was it that was added?
To the kingdom?
No. To his lands. The territorial.
To his lands, 1 hex.
Yeah.
That's it.
1 hex. Okay.
That's 1 hex, and the 1 point to the income, and it costs 1 point of treasury. Oh, right. He has 1 more point of upkeep. So it'll be no longer 3. It'll be 3, 10, 4, 10, and 6 for the upkeep numbers.
6. Right. Alright. He has 1 additional hex. You can. Sometimes you have to give me a bit on these things trick. And
I am.
size is 37.
Yes, we're moving back up to the kingdom part. It changes yours to 37, your DC to 63, and your consumption to 40.
And a 40 in consumption. That means that total upkeep becomes a 26.
Yes. Thankfully, you have already been informed that will be going down when his territorial improvements come through as well, since he is immediately building a farm.
Alright.
But that does not happen yet, so.
Very good.
Alright, nobody else has claims to make?
Oh no.
Then we are now at terrain improvements. The Spy Master, if I'm looking at his budget here, has 2 and 4 and 4 terrain improvements by edict. He's capable of making 2. He will be spending 6 of his BP.
Okay.
And the De Leroux family will now have X3 farmlands with X2 diatomite.
Okay.
Since one of the farms doesn't have it, it's just increase the farmland to 3 and put a 2 with the W/.
Oh.
And it will also be 3 fishery. This will change the numbers to 6 plus 4 and consumption by 3 for the fisheries.
With 2 times dynamite, 6 plus 4, and 3 to the fisheries.
Yes, which will
And-
change his upkeep reduction from 10 to 13. And will increase that plus 6 to a plus 9.
Plus 9.
It reduces his treasury to 1, sadly. Oh, and you forgot to increase his territory by 1 hex.
Yeah, that's the part.
No, you did.
This was my fault. Alright, where did I put the thing? This is where I put the thing. Feudal contracts. Standard. Yes, it is. Feudal contract. Oh,
Ask me on your turn, Duke.
hells. Want that result.
I'll be separating the houses and stuff into different sheets, but it's easier.
Yeah, that's probably where we have to go. Okay. That is fine. Okay.
Alright, this also means that if we scroll up to the kingdom, it means that your consumption decrease goes from 14 to 17.
17. Nice.
Which reduces your total upkeep by 3.
To 23 BP.
Yep. Went down 2 points effective. 3 points effectively. No, 2, because it added 1 hex. Yada yada. Effectively went down 2 points. Yay.
Yes. It's cheaper now to maintain a
Yes.
kingdom. How nice.
With any luck, he'll be able to keep doing that. Does anyone else have territorial upgrades or buildings to build?
I have territorial buildings, but hey GM, do we have the ability to eventually? Would I have to do a exploration to try to see if I can do this oil?
Oil. You cannot. It's not in your territory.
Okay, I'd have to claim that tile.
You'd have to get the king to give it to you, or you could press a claim.
Okay, fair enough.
Which would mean you would spend 1 BP on that tile, and you could claim it.
Yes.
It has a special resource, so it will require 2 to press the claim.
I do have a building I would like to build.
1 second, let me resolve the Duke first.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm also building.
Are you trying to claim the oil?
No.
Okay, then don't worry about it.
You do Chris's building. I have to look at the building I'm trying
You're
to
not
build.
ready for your stuff, I'll leave you be. Alright, in that case, Mr. Treasurer.
Yes. I want to make sure I do have enough. I'm pretty sure I do. Double check.
Also, while he's double checking, can I make an edit of this sheet, Mr. King?
Yeah.
Yes, please add
The
it.
other upside of having everyone's things be separate is the fact that, one, it'll let us possibly edit our own versions of the kingdom.
It sure will, and I do intend to do that to give you more engagement. In fact, if you want, I can set that up right now.
Let's wait. So
I'm trying to, it'll also let, Chris trying to find his stuff won't have to sit down.
yeah. No. Okay. Yeah, I can afford it.
I think I can afford what I'm trying to buy, but I have to check. It is 6.
When you're ready.
How much? Yes.
Alright, I have now officially separated the lumber owned by Mazette and the lumber owned by the royal family in the warehouse.
Yes.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, yes. Mr. Treasurer, what are you looking to do?
Yes, I am looking to build a shop in the royal city.
Which a shop.
Ooh, productivity.
Yep, you have enough, it looks like.
Yes.
So in that case, you may build a shop, yeah. There's no requirements to add that. You have a house, so you can do that. Mr. King, shall I separate the sheets now? Or
Let's separate the seats at end of session.
All right. So in that case, you will have to add in the shop.
Yes, sir.
I am also buying something. I spent 6 of my BP, to get an orphanage. Like I said, I would last month.
All right. Also, to renegotiate a few ongoing deals,
Yes.
House Leroux now has 9 points to spare.
Mhm.
Dessard's number is not changed. However, the number you are receiving in upkeep reduction, Lelu, is now -5.
That
Oh.
might be all of my.
It puts you at 0. That means that your income is now just what you get.
Yay.
He can't increase the amount you get, Dessard, because you don't fucking have any.
I actually have a joint project I'd like to propose to the king.
You can do that during the meeting, I'm afraid.
Oh,
Oh, well, right. No, money. Yeah, since it's regarding building things, you can do it right now.
If
yes,
you'll give me a slight second, I need to
Yep,
make sure.
finish your
All
thing.
right. The shop is done. Panda did the thing.
Orphanage.
Panda is building an orphanage, which will
So take
cost
6
him...
BP.
Yes, 6 BP. And,
Oh,
the bonus is already listed there.
Yeah, it's a little better than it is because, unfortunately, we're in unrest, so the orphanage gives 2 unrest reduction. Yay.
No, 1.
Oh,
That was a
there's
special
only-
bonus for him on the first time it was built.
That's fair. Also, my land might have had less of an impact.
No, it's not about there being more or less. It's that it was especially needed, and he built it first.
Hey, you're an orphanage? I know what I'm building towards next. I don't know if I want to build that. Yeah, I do want to build that. I know what I'm saving for. It's gonna be expensive.
Okay.
I'll probably have to discuss with the king if I'm even allowed to, if he'd want me to be able to build that. Then, which is, I'm thinking of building a military academy eventually.
The king technically cannot control what you build in your own territory.
Yes,
In
but
fact,
that
there's no
is...
technically about it.
I'll probably still discuss with the king if he wants me to build that. If, this is one of those things that, that's a big thing. It's also gonna be, 12 turns.
And a economic from the shop. Alright, changing kingdom stats. 39. Let's see. 59. Let's say 15. Okay.
Luckily, it's not as expensive as the Magical Academy, which is, oh god.
You've added the 0.5k to the base value GP in the Royal Capital, as well as the 1 point of productivity.
Not yet. That's the figure.
Please add those.
No.
What is productivity effect here?
How much certain income things happen, correctly, or it's how much gold you're at value. You're
It can affect things if you're doing things with your settlements.
Okay.
These stats are not always important. They can be important. It depends what happens.
I'm still waiting on my thing.
Yeah,
Yes, I know you are.
Almost done. I apologize.
It also does help with certain events,
Okay. Yes. Now we're done and ready. All right.
Yes, you are.
Countess. You want to first?
Yes, she would like to contribute to the construction of a hospital, actually, in the royal city. Since we are still dealing with the plague, even if it is slightly more under control.
If it's built within the royal city, it will not be owned by your house, you understand.
That actually doesn't matter to her. She's more concerned about the people themselves, and frankly, there's a lot more in the royal city than her enclave. She's more worried about getting this up sooner rather than trying to stockpile her own funds for it.
So she's proposing putting how much BP towards this hospital?
11. It would be
11
12,
BP towards a 30 cost hospital.
All right.
Do you even have the amount to pay the rest, King? You would need 19.
I will look at that in the.
You have enough.
It gives you loyalty +1, stability +2. If there's a plague event, it increases stability for that. Because you have a hospital to deal with it.
Yes,
Also gives you more in productivity.
Yes,
And that's the base effects.
Like, she is trying to look to the kingdom's, welfare as a whole, not her personal, her personal estate.
King is thinking. The king will agree.
Do you accept any support from the church in regards to creating this hospital in your capital?
I do.
You may reduce the cost by 10.
Alright, so 11 from the Duchess, 20, 19, alright, 9.
Yes.
Make you a 26 in the treasury.
I see the church views this as a very wise endeavor.
That will...
Oh,
But, check the house to shot to 0. To 0. And the royal capital will have a...
I know what I'm gonna build next.
It's a,
Even if the countess is not the one owning it, she imagines that given that she's contributing a third of the cost, it's probably still known that she helped fund the endeavor.
Yes. Additionally, this will not be simply a hospital, but this will be a... how to put it? Forget the term for it from medieval society.
From the what?
Just call it a hospital. I'll keep that modifier in mind.
50, wants loyalty and 2 to stability.
Yep, it means our ability to make stability checks is steadily increasing.
It is.
Yeah. We also have a huge bonus of the fact that we picked up the religious figure, and he gives stability, or they give stability. I don't know their gender.
GM, one final question.
Yes.
I heard while I was typing and focusing something about changing an upkeep regarding Lulu territory.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Lulu's bonus from de Leroy has increased from -3 to -5.
Okay. So he's now without any upkeep.
Yes, lucky for him.
which means that the +4 BP -1 becomes a +4 BP.
Still -1,
Yeah.
because he's still paying
Okay.
one of that income.
Oh, right, he's paying for it. That was the thing. Okay, yeah. Up. Okay. Oh, wait, that means... Hold. I need to change that. I need to change that income. Look, there you are. That means it is now a +3. I say that correctly, yes?
Mm-hmm.
So treasury BP +3 is now the official number. That should be there, correct?
Yes? Give me a sec.
Yeah,
Talking about?
that. Look at House Lulu. Make sure I put it in correctly.
+3. Sure, I
No,
never
that-
added those
that-
pluses.
that-
That's on you.
That.
I
no.
don't even know why they say +0s. That's not something I added, Mr. Titus.
I'm pretty sure I didn't add it. This is why we're splitting this up and figuring it out.
Yeah. For the reason of it, otherwise it becomes a very big.
The main problem is that, I made it originally, then Titus made edits last time we played, and I don't entirely understand everything he edited. I expected him to remember, so that, it would just mesh.
Then,
You didn't
but-
remember everything. You forgot pieces, and you didn't know
Yes.
my original work. So then you started replacing it further, and it's getting further and further from what I originally wrote, which is just making it more and more confusing over time, Titus.
So, yes, I
The
did.
real problem is that it was originally modified in the first place.
Yeah. So we're gonna eventually, after session or something, sit down and figure this out.
Yeah.
And make
Anyway.
a workable thing. Alright. Yes. Then that is now all good and well.
Okay, so I think we've spent a lot of our BP here. Everyone's spent for buildings and stuff, except for the king. You have anything you want to spend your treasury upon?
My treasury, you say. The king has at this moment no such ambitions.
All right. And moving down, you have no army to build.
No.
You've no interest in editing your edicts.
Nope.
Then we come to income. Withdrawals, deposits, or selling expensive stuff. Anyone got any of that to do?
I actually would like to make a deposit.
Okay, how much are you depositing?
4,000 for a BP.
Alright, then you will gain 1 BP and you will take 4,000 off of your sheet. Mr. Titus, do everything.
During the thing. And treasury increases by 1.
Alright, that works. Anything else?
That's it for me.
Alright, we're done then.
What about the
So
tax?
finally,
Yeah.
it's time to collect the taxes. Mr. Taxman,
Taxman.
please
roll.
roll to collect the taxes.
Roll high. Be a good boy.
Get a 1.
Please no.
Is it 59 now? That's the number I'm on? The attitude?
Yes. 59.
Yeah. Plus 59.
How was
Seven.
the roll that by stability roll done?
Oh, he did better than you did.
He already, he rolled 1 off of the DC.
Hey, the DC has changed massively, as a note.
No, he rolled 1 off of the DC before it changed.
Hey, it was I rolled 17. Give me a break.
70 succeed.
That's not a simple roll.
70 divided by 3 would be
23.
23. With one remainder of 1. So 23.
So, you have that to add. Where do you want to put that on this income list of yours, Mr. Dude?
The king.
Maybe below the total upkeep or below income to taxes?
Yes. Should put it there. Taxes. Which is 23. Please. Up.
And there you go. Then this brings us to the council. How are you gathering your royal advisors, Mr. King?
They may attend either in person or by magical means.
Then who does which, Mr. Peoples?
In person.
Hey, GM, how did my month, God. Have I had a
Your
month
last month?
Yeah, to do the search I was
We'll say that it's
doing.
contributing to the next check you make in this coming month.
Okay, so I spent 2 months in the city, and then...
We'll say it was prep work or something.
Okay.
So I'll just give you more time in this next month, effectively.
It takes a day to get there. I spend 2 days outside if my work will affect it that much. No. And if either of the squires want to join, they can, but obviously they know they don't have to come.
The default is always no, unless you ask them to.
No. Make sure things aren't on fire while I'm out. With the 11, my dad, I should be good. It's like, the ghetto shouldn't light on fire in the 2 days I'm out, hopefully.
Yeah.
So, I am...
Alright,
Oh,
so
then
you're attending physically. What about Mr. Lelure?
I did not acquire a long-range medical device, so I guess I'll have to be...
You do
Well,
have the device. Everyone does.
No,
Okay,
that is
then-
something you get as your position. There are basically
Then,
one for every position, and everyone that gets that position gets one, correct?
What are you doing, Mr. Lowell? I already said yes to that, Stephen, a long time ago.
Then yes, I will be out training with the men, and will respond to the call for the meeting.
Alright, which means you are reporting by an arcane projection. This just effectively means you can't interact, though you are essentially sitting in a seat. You can look around and do what you please, but you can't really move or do shit.
This is a moment I wish I had my papa, because I could be like petting my dog or something.
I'm afraid you cannot do that where you're connecting by the arcane connection.
Well, it's because the papa still needs work done. Anyways.
So, Mr. Dubois, are you attending in person?
I'm attending in person.
Alright. The enforcer is always there, right behind the king, where he always is. The spy master is there, the counselor is there, and the high priestess will be attending this time. So I'll be revealing their image to everyone involved.
A full-blooded elf. That's... Fair.
You did choose the oddball.
I have no problem with it. My cousins have... My cousins got elf blood. It's like... Racist? No. Are they good for the kingdom? That's all I need.
They ought to be good at their job. Mr. King paid 10 less BP on his hospital because of their appointment.
Excellent.
I'm thinking,
Anyway,
hey, they
This
make
will
that-
now be a modification to your specific leadership positions, which I believe is under the. Is it under the King's Note? No, is it under Feudal? Yes. So you now have the High Priest. They will be on the bottom of the totem pole, unless you wish to put them anywhere else, Mr. King.
Let them be on the bottom for now.
Alright, they will be below Lord Erod Mazet.
Sure, the
And in this case, they are not called Lord or anything. They are just Mycin Kripine. They do not possess a lordly title, as they are a member of the clergy.
Hi. You are now the.
You do the Catholic mother-father thing? Is that...
No.
Hey, a real question. My character would try to use proper titles of, you know...
You could use the title Lady out of respect, but it is not required, as they are not a lord nor lady.
Probably will, just because...
Miss is also perfectly acceptable.
I'll probably use lady because he's an honorable, very polite knight.
Alright. What does the High Priestess give?
The High Priestess gives a...
Charisma of his...
More wisdom,
I
just ability,
know.
yeah.
Alright.
+5.
To.
Stability.
Oh,
I mean,
I'm so
change
happy.
state.
I check it to ladies.
Yeah, no, our stability shot up significantly in this last turn.
Yeah, your stability went up by a lot.
Yeah, I know, my check's only a 17, like a 10. If I remember correctly. Yeah.
Please add a space between Lord Erard Mazet and Miss Sim Kripine, since they are not associated in authority.
Well, that means that now your number to hit is a 7.
I think you can manage.
And hey, as long as I don't hit a 3, if I hit above a 3, we're only good on 1 unrest.
Have you added the 5 in your
I'm
kingdom?
Going to do so now. Up. It is now
There
added.
we go. Hey, your stability is caught up. Isn't that nice?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right then. Well, you may begin the meeting whenever you please, Your Majesty.
Lords and ladies, welcome to our monthly meetings. I'm assuming everything has been going productively.
Productive.
As As become custom, we'll simply make a round, and each of you can report whatever it is you deem fit to report to my presence. General, you are first.
The hunt for a suitable warden is still ongoing. I do not want to... Since it is my recommendation, I have to be thorough, and my diplomatic mistake last time has made me even more careful in my approach.
Good.
Otherwise, I've built an orphanage in my territory. I'm thinking of building both a graveyard, maybe one for the capital and one for my city, and eventually a military academy.
A capital already has a graveyard, but I do appreciate the sentiment.
Soldiers and great men dying for the country must be respected. But yes. Then I will build my graveyard and discuss later about the opening of an academy, either here or in my territory in the capital. I haven't decided yet.
It will be a
Use
I
law.
will-
Okay. Nothing.
Look. Very, very good. Lord de Bois?
Treasury seems to be doing well. We've got some extra income this month as the Countess has decided to declare some of her extra income as taxable. Other than that, everything is going well.
Very good to hear. Baron Lowell? Anything to report?
Yes, the training is currently progressing. The unfortunate effects I'm already noticing is some of the nobility do not like the methods, but there's looking like we'll be able to keep an eye on things better than we were able to before. I also have the capabilities of handling some creatures at this time with current forces.
That is most gratifying to hear. Glad to hear the borders of the kingdom are going to be guarded quite well. Countess Dusart, how about your projects?
Well, for one, I appreciate your generous contribution to the hospital's construction. With the plague still ongoing, and the Royal City's population much greater than my own enclave, it seemed prudent to put the facility for care much closer to a denser population.
Indeed. Your generous donation towards this construction is noted and filled with approval in many ways.
For the betterment of the kingdom, Your Majesty. As for my other project, I can confirm that there is actually groundwater beneath the territory in question. An aqueduct may not even be needed to run that way. I can see about beginning the excavation and potential pumping of the aquifer.
Excellent. Glad we have found a suitable location. I'm eager to see your projects get on the way.
The sooner the pond can be formed, the sooner I can begin testing designs.
Speaking of the Countess's projects, if I may have a word.
Of course, Uncle. Please.
I finished my investigation of the glacier, and I do mean glacier. The Iron Mountain above Carcassonne. I do not choose poorly when I say glacier. The reserves of ice and snow upon the mountain are perhaps accounting for at least 25% of its height. Frankly, I don't know what its limits could be, but it will certainly not be impacted by running more water into the quarry. I'd worry more about controlling the amount of water that we run in rather than running out of any. In that regard, I've also made an additional observation and a confirmation. Our predecessors did indeed use water to sluice the mine and quarry with. I say mine and quarry both. I don't know how deep it went, as it's in ruins at this point, but there was once an operation at the peak to pump the water down, melting it there and letting it flow into both the quarry and the mine itself. For what purpose, I couldn't tell you. But I can safely say that it was once done. And the remains of it having been done do exist for us to follow.
Interesting. Sounds to me like a worthwhile project to look upon in due time.
That would require more technical skill to put into practice, but I believe it could safely be done.
Very good. Any other reports, Uncle?
Expansion of agriculture has gone well. My territory has increased, but the kingdom's food supply has greatly increased. Our ducal house should now be running easily.
Yes, you appreciate the extra food budget. If you do need more funds to increase the farming, I am willing to help with that. I myself have a vested interest in increasing our farmland.
Depending on the territory itself, simple expansion might be enough. Otherwise, I'd advise assisting our countess in her endeavors.
Oh,
The pond
yes.
would be an essential improvement to increasing the amount of fish I can draw out of the ocean. To say nothing else of the potential things we could do with such boats that I may or may not already be planning.
Yes. I do say that I'm already trying to help the Countess by while she is doing this, getting her aspiration for her, but I did forget that I was planning to, after she is done with the scouting for this, sponsoring a proper survey of the diamite quarry in its current state. And it would be using BP to, mechanically apparently spending BP to do a exploration edict.
Exploration edict.
That would probably possibly have to be a joint collaboration between the explorers under my cousin and the lady's knowledge.
I can provide you with what survey data I've already returned off of the old sluices, but my attention is mostly consumed in expanding our agriculture right now.
I'm intrigued by that myself, but unfortunately my best advice for expanding agriculture myself is getting that quarry able to provide more diatromite to yourself, and then the rest of the kingdom have to.
Regardless, that about sums up everything I've had done as well, Your Majesty.
Very good. Now then, for our counselor, Lord Mazette. Any reports on your end?
One, though it's more significant. It's good news, my liege, I promise. Based on current survey, the kingdom's previous issues with unrest are looking to be solved soon, I should think. Provided nothing goes awry in the coming month, we should have this mostly under control once again. Though, respect for the crown is still at a low point.
I see.
Economically, we've improved a little bit, but nothing really worth exciting ourselves over.
Luckily, we were economically quite strong anyway.
Yes, yes. Additionally, we've managed to diversify the warehouse once possessed by Your Majesty's lumber mills under my house's ownership. So we've safely separated our stocks at this point.
That was good to hear.
Otherwise, we've about finished with the paperwork in draft of Marshal Lowell's new border guard, as he already spoke of. They've been officially formed, though I don't imagine you'll be getting many volunteers from the knightly orders. Mr. Lowell can explain himself as he pleases, but it would seem that they don't approve the poaching habits he's incorporated to the order's standard practices.
Slightly raised left eyebrow.
I would not be expecting much nightly support for the guard any longer.
Like an explanation, my king.
Perhaps wise.
Due to the shattering of our nobility and a lot of our people, we don't have enough to even fuel an army or properly outfit the border guard. And when I attempted to inquire through every source possible without attempting to inflame, it ended up failing. The people I could get that are within reason and law, that weren't breaking your laws, ended up having skills that were effective for completing the task. It's just not seen very honorable to your knights. These very same poachers allow us to find brigands, creatures, and things that we would have missed due to being willing to at least crawl in the dark.
I thought that was my role, Marshal.
It is, but when doors are slammed in one's face, I make do with the best I can, as long as I can enforce our borders and laws.
Perhaps, but mind the slope. You can't climb up after you've found your way down. Just a polite warning.
I thank you for that warning.
We'll see how your experiments with these commoners go. Expect regular reports, Marshal.
As you wish, my king.
That'd be good.
Otherwise, I do have more good news.
Oh.
There has been some benefit to the harvests. Both, how shall we say, the wildlife due to the border guard's recent activities has become a bit less problematic than it was before. It was an original purpose behind their founding, after all. In the short term, this doesn't mean too much. But if we continue to reduce the difficulties of this, we might find that the land is a bit easier to farm coming into the future. Depends as to whether or not we can do anything about smaller game that would otherwise devour our crops while we're not paying attention. could lead us to being able to farm properly from here on. Though it might be a bit less efficient. It would be something, Your Majesty.
Yeah. It would. I shall keep that in mind.
I can't say that it's the method or the reason or anything else, but the practice of hunting these creatures is, I should hope it is encouraged, no matter how it is. I leave all of the specifics of such things to your greater discretion, my liege. Simply that I would like to point out that it has made it a bit easier on our farmhands. As a result, we should be looking at a good 8,000 or so into the treasury, 2 BP. Just as a small aside, I've managed to collect.
The king looks at him and nods. I'll add the 2. Is that 2 BP for now? Immediately? Or?
Yes, just immediate.
Okay.
It's basically a bonus amount of food that would otherwise have not been producible.
He keeps his face neutral, but gives him an intrigued nod, nonetheless. Positive results are always encouraged, after all.
If I may make a suggestion.
Yes?
I'm aware you've put a lot of time and effort into organizing the up-and-coming founding celebration.
Ah.
I would advise incorporating a hunt. I'm certain the nobility would appreciate the distraction, and if our knights could be properly encouraged for such a thing, well, we might eradicate far more of these creatures plaguing our farms immediately. Maintenance we can think about later. If we solve the problem right now, that's something.
The Countess raises a hand as well.
Yes.
I would be willing to stockpile curatives for this hunt as a method of equipping our participants.
But if we wish to equip common soldiery, that would be worth it. But I think prizes would be more effective at encouraging the nobility.
Oh,
They're not really motivated by cheap curatives.
You misunderstand. I mean, as a measure of safety, wounds and attrition can accrue even among dedicated warriors.
True, but most of those I'm speaking of would already be such equipped. They're not paupers.
No, but
I
everyone
think it would be as necessary.
Who doesn't enjoy party favors?
No one doesn't enjoy party favors, Countess, but no one's motivated by them.
It's an extra bit I wanted to offer. So, besides, having some extra in supply could level the playing field, inspire a more competitive spirit.
Between the soldiers and the knights, perhaps.
No.
Between the poorer houses and the richer ones? I'm confused. What do you mean?
Precisely that.
So you wish to make the less equal more equal through your own generous contributions? It might not be a popular move, my king. I think if we wish to put such efforts in productive, we might enlist the Countess's capability in creating such wondrous items instead.
As prizes? I could,
Yes.
I could do so as well.
I prefer the word instead.
Very well. We shall organize this hunt. I'm intrigued. And Countess, I would indeed request your efforts to producing free grand prizes for the finest and most dangerous of kills.
Any specifications, my liege?
No, other than that, mighty and worthy of our founding day.
Hmm.
If you need additional funds, I'm willing to bankroll it.
I certainly will for such grand prizes. My own coffers were quite emptied in constructing the hospital.
Send me a list of your needs later.
That is willing to cover the costs of the prizes in your steed, my liege.
Sorry, repeat that.
Mazette is willing to cover the cost of these prizes in your steed, my liege.
No. The royal house will do this one.
Just kind of hold hands, like, very well.
Then I would also recommend, my liege, setting an upper limit on the budget of these prizes. There is much I could make, but I would not want to accidentally make something too grand for the coffers to handle.
Fair enough. Right. I have a request for the GM.
Yeah.
I would like to roll 2 rolls. 1, knowledge nobility, and 1, let's say, knowledge. I think knowledge arcana would be doable. 1 to determine what would the nobility approve. 2, what kind of prize, what kind of artifacts would that entail?
Basically,
Okay.
hey, how much would be worthy of a prize, and then how much, what would I be able to use for?
Explain the check one by one. And, we'll do this while we roll. So, you want to roll knowledge and ability. On.
Yes. On the determining what would be what would be considered a worthy prize to his nobles of all 3 tiers. What would get them excited to?
All right.
strike?
You may roll.
18.
I actually would also like to roll a different check, but I can wait.
You may roll after. In terms of prizes, if you're looking to motivate the nobles, not the knights, you would be looking for things of expense or interest, not necessarily of use. If you were looking to motivate the knights specifically, you'd be wanting prizes that would be useful to them. Armor, swords, bows, and preferably instead of giving an item up front, you'd want to budget an improvement to one. A lot of knight houses have equipment that they pass down. As opposed to getting a new sword, they might appreciate improving their current sword more. Another point will be that some houses that for one reason or another may lack proper knights, but do have capable men that they could sponsor may instead prefer weapons more suited for hunting, which means you may want to consider if ranged enchantments may be a preference.
So it sounds like instead of just giving them a new weapon or some armor, it's, you know, the
They want to
countess.
set budget prizes.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're requesting an enchantment from the countess within a certain budget.
And
Of the nobles who would just want
I would
something
like
fancy.
I would like to roll knowledge arcana to determine costs
Okay.
in the realm of the price
BP.
rate. In the realm of BP, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
27.
Honestly speaking, to impress the nobility or knights, a prize of 1 BP is not impressive, but it's enough to be valuable. A prize of 2 BP is valuable. It's worthwhile. 3 would satisfy the nobility or knights that achieved it. More than 3 and would have greater, more prominent effects. 3 is kind of the golden number. Not for number 1, but for any prize. 2 is good. 1 is enough. 3 is the ideal point. Because 3 equivalents to roughly 1,200 gold, which in the hands of regular nobility, not a crafter like the Countess is equivalent to like a first tier belt of strength, or, you know, like level 2 or 3 armor, which is solid by the nobility's point of view. That's about what they'd be looking to purchase themselves and save up for.
That's a 3 BP one?
That's 12,000.
Oh, 12,000.
Yeah, I said the
You
wrong
said
number. That's 12.
1,200.
Yeah, I did. I dropped a 0. That's 12,000, Jag.
Yeah, that for my construction, that could get you like a +3 weapon.
12,000.
Well, I
would
mean,
get
they
you-
don't know that, but normally it would be like a belt.
Yeah, it could get you up to a greater minor, or but half class of mediums, or 1,200. Yeah, you get a greater minor magic item, wondrous item, which is pretty good for a first.
For a
magic
noble
item.
house, it's worth winning. 4,000 is enough, but it's not really valuable. It's just enough. Like, it'd get them like a +1 belt, pretty much. Whereas 12, they could budget for like a +4 if they add some of their own funding. Which they probably could.
or
considering
get
it's a
one of
purchase that
the
would be quite valuable to them.
two stat belts.
Yeah, +2 to 2 different stats. If we're just comparing it purely to belts. If we're looking at like arms and armor that the knights might be
Even more.
considering, they could get an armor set at that price up to like 3 or 4 if they're willing to spend their own money.
+3 is 1,800 for weapons, for armor.
That's assuming their own isn't already slightly enchanted. In either case, 3
Yeah.
BP is a prize the nobility would look at and be like, that's worth winning. 1 is, it's a prize. 2 is, I'm alright with this prize. This is alright. More than 3 scales exponentially.
I was gonna say, like, you could do like a 5 BP prize for like the number 1 spot.
Mm.
What
We
about
should
doing like
discuss that in
what
this
about
number.
doing like 5, 4, and 3? You know, for second, third place.
Alright. I'm
Okay.
writing.
I am willing myself to put at least 3 towards one of the prizes. This is a matter of knighthood, and well, as the general, I feel it is part of my duty to try to encourage the knights. But if the king wants to sponsor it all himself, it is also understand. Prestige to the royal family is, of course, a vital.
Also keep in mind, Titus, just because it'd be worth 5 BP at market value, doesn't mean you're necessarily spending that much on it. Since you're having the Countess make it.
So he thinks, swirls his mustache once or twice, and I have decided there will be 2 hunts. One for the knights, the nobility, and one for the commoners and the peasants. For the commoners and the peasants, there will be 3 prizes. The 3rd place will be 500 gold. The 2nd place, 1,000. And the 1st place will be 4,000 gold. For the knights and nobility, 3rd place will be 2 BP. 2nd place will be 3 BP. 1st place will be 6 BP. And Countess, for those of noble and knightlyhood, I would request that you make them enchantments, that you enchant whatever they might wish for you to enchant within this budget of their prize.
Noms, be aware some enchantments will prove more difficult than others, but I can.
If
I'm
you
sure
need
you'll-
assistance, Countess, I can help. Or even if it's not me, but you want assistance, I can help.
Depending on the request, I may require the aid of a specialist.
As for your offer, Count Lulu, I shall accept. How much do you wish to add towards these prizes?
Yes. Then I will spend 3 to increase them all by 1.
Very good.
7 BP prize, there's going to be a lot of fervor over that.
Heck, I might be trying to win that.
Yeah.
Fucking
28 grand worth prize. That's going to be a challenge for the Countess to make.
I did offer assistance.
Now, when the full scale comes down, the king does look at Countess de Sade. Countess, are you sure you'll be able to live up to the current set budgets? We would hate to disappoint the winner.
Much of the difficulty would lie in what specifically they request. But speaking of averages, I may require assistance for the grand prize. It would be a slight challenge for myself.
All right. Ensure that you have such support available. Then it has
40K
to
was such a
be
major item. Okay.
That's why she's like, I might need help on that one.
all right.
Okay.
It will be added.
Then take all my BP out, because all my money. Fine. Shit takes a lot. I've bought everything.
That's 1 turn's income for you now, buddy. You're gonna
Yeah.
be fine.
Like, well, that's all my income. It's good. Do whatever I did, but I have. You know, spend the time in it.
2, 5. That is another 11 BE plus 1 BE and plus 1500 gold.
So, for reference, in out of character mechanics, the DC for making a magic item is 5 plus its caster level. That can increase more if I don't meet some of the requirements. But your Countess is operating with a plus 15, so she can make most stuff pretty easily, but if they're like, I want this, super specific thing, and it's a spell that I don't have,
And I suggest you get a support.
yes, that was why she was cautioning the king. Like, depending on what they need, I may require aid.
Well, like I offered, I can aid you. I have the training. And
Yes, and she is keeping it in mind.
okay.
She just won't know until, the winners make the request of her.
Alright. Then, finally, High Priestess Maisa, do you have any reports to make to this council?
I've only just started with my duties. I've yet to get it all fully under wraps.
I don't understand this.
However, in regards to the plague, I can safely say that within the capital's bounds, at least, it is past tense, not current.
That is good to hear.
We'll continue working with those who come into our now constructed clinic, but that is not likely to be an issue.
That is a burden from my heart. Good. Then
I may have more next month.
very good. Then with that, this meeting will be adjourned. You may return to your duties.
Alright, unless anyone has anything to say, we'll be moving on to the character portion of the month.
Being dismissed. Click. There he goes.
It's just boom, a hologram just appears.
Bye.
He cannot bear to look upon his lover any longer from long distance. It hurts him inside.
After being dismissed, the general will stand bow to the king. Council will be off, because I did leave the home for this, and I probably should get back and finish affairs.
It's fine, it's fine.
Whoop.
In either case, coming into this next month, who's doing what?
I am making those same checks I did, except I'm making them.
Well, I don't remember those same checks.
So I am
why don't
making
you tell me
a
what it means?
diplomacy check to talk with the senior knights about sourcing the one from them and their rank. Either them
In
as the senior
Carcassonne.
knights,
Yeah, okay.
in
Go ahead.
Carcassonne, or their squires if, they have a promising candidate. They do anyway, no doubt. That is up to
You
them.
may
And
roll.
then I'll make a second check. Oh my. Yeah, I'm talking first. I realized the last time I didn't. Yeah. This is what I've been doing for the last month. 2 months. Let me see it. And then, do I get anybody? Do I get any names?
All right. I know. I was determining stuff. I was making rolls.
Okay.
So, in regards to a warden appointed from which, they could identify one of the more senior knights of Carcassonne that may make a possible warden. Though whether or not that will be a popular decision in Artois is up for debate, since it would be a senior knight of Carcassonne, and that could lead to some measure of unrest.
This is understood. I will be returning to Ardennois to...
If it comes to more up-and-coming members, while they could appoint younger knights to be trained for the position, one of them asks you most directly on the matter of, if you're looking to train an up-and-coming for the position of warden, don't you have a squire? Like, why are you trying to poach their squires?
It's like...
You have one!
It's like... I do understand that, and I may be training one of them. But this was more...
Well, yes, but if you're looking to post of the younger generation to train for the position...
Yes.
Why are you poaching their squires? That doesn't make a lot of sense to them, frankly. Like, would you then be promoting them to position of warden and having them train their squire on the position? Like, what are you doing?
It was more just a question. Some young talents are talented, but not fit for...
Some young talents are talented, not yet fit for the position, and most importantly, already have a master who would probably be fairly upset if you took their squire and made them the warden, who was their superior now.
This is why I was talking before I decided to approach.
Yes, no, it's not a problem. They're more just confused by the questions. Just like, you want to know about the squires?
The squires?
Would you not be more interested in the knight who's in charge of that squire? Like, what's your goal here?
I might be interested in that knight. Again, but as a matter for the thing with R&R, I will be returning in the next few months to do the same thing again, but I needed to let their egos cool down. I may have misspoke with the order which I did things and stepped on a few toes. So it's giving them a few months to be less...
Well, if you're truly measuring by up-and-coming with great potential, they are aware of one within Ardennois who is no longer a squire, though they would be one of the youngest. They would at least have the advantage of authority, since they are a royal knight. Since you'd be, by extension, borrowing the king's authority, it wouldn't be as much of a problem appointing them.
I will have to check with the senior knights in the area if any of them would want the position, for as much as I would love to have a young man that I train, I feel not offering it to the seniors would be rude to some of their station.
That's why they suggest a royal knight as opposed to one of those already involved in the work, since you'd be sidestepping the will of seniority and rank.
does he possess the proper... I will have to see his disposition, but
That they couldn't tell you.
I will be... can I also... It's like, I will be meeting with the senior of the house. But they're probably going to the city. Do you have any... Thank you for
They
that.
cannot direct you to a senior of the house, since...
No, the one in this knighthood.
Yes, that's not a problem. Yeah, you could probably talk to
You'll be
them whenever you wanted.
how long... Will it take the entire month, or would I be able to go to Ardmore to check the other
You'd still
guys?
be able to do other stuff. Since you took your time and stuff, you'd be able to go to Ardenwell
Okay,
as well.
so I will be doing a... Do I need to make 2 separate checks for Canada?
Okay, what are you rolling?
I'm rolling sense motive to get a feel of their skill and their disposition, because this is a law keeper.
Alright, and you're rolling this on the senior knight of Carcassonne.
Yeah, first, and then I will be going to Ardenroth to do the same thing.
Okay, roll sense motive for the question mark. What was it again? The demeanor?
Yeah, the demeanor, the skill type thing, because I am staking my
No,
reputation.
it's one check. Sense motive on the demeanor.
Yeah.
Demeanor of anything specific or just in general?
Demeanor how they relate to law keeping, and since I presented it to a person as a law keeper and
Alright, go ahead.
have interaction with the law. You know. 16. I rolled badly.
They are involved with the law already. You can't say you could sense a particular devotion or passion, so much as just experience.
So, like,
You rolled shit, so that's all you get.
I want to say Mario for the other guy. I have a feeling I know what the character is. Is it too late? It's somebody I've heard of before.
No, most likely not.
Oh, it's not the son, the Royal Knight. Because he would be young at this point, an upcoming Royal Knight.
You wouldn't have heard of them, though.
I would know them. I knew their father.
You wouldn't have heard of them, though.
Okay. I'm going to make that up. It is that person. I know that.
You never told me you were keeping track of that person, so whether or not it is that person, Stephen, you wouldn't have heard of them.
Well, I'm rolling sense motive anyway. I'm a similar check.
No. So you're rolling sense motive on the first one. Is that the end of your dice? On the Carcassonne vet.
This seems like a staple. From what I can tell, yes.
He's accomplishing his job in Carcassonne adequately. It's not like there's problems.
About his, I will ask him if this would be a position he would be interested in. I know the politics are what they are. Or is it more if...
He will perform the task if it is requested of him. He's not looking for the position. He wouldn't hate the idea of taking it. But he's not young and wouldn't be looking to hold it for a long time either.
You have a squire you would be willing to if needed.
Yes, he has a squire already, and if he is given the position, he will train his squire for it. But that is an entirely separate component as far as he's concerned.
It is.
No, he would not be willing to leave his squire to someone else if you wish to appoint him someone else to train.
If
that is his squire
have
already.
A second squire or a trainee for the position.
No.
Then I will.
He is not looking to be that active.
He's like,
this is an older knight. No, he's not looking to train 2 squires. One of them is enough of a handful.
He's like, I understand.
He knows you do.
He's like, I will put that in the recommendation I write to them.
At the very least, he's not looking to get his blade work countered by 2 people in a specific evening. 1 is enough when his squire has figured out a trick.
Yes, I feel that.
He knows you do. He's observed it. He thinks it's funny.
It is training for me to fight against it. I consider it training to fight against a disadvantageous position.
Oh no, it is training. He will agree to that. But he's old, and he will be retiring within the next 15 to 10 years. So he's not looking to increase the number of defeats he has.
Yes. Okay, I've got to go to Arnois and meet with this man first.
Which one?
The young one. I'm going to first meet with the older and do the offer. Diplomacy roll to...
Alright, you'll need to roll diplomacy to get cooperation out of the Arnois Knights. There is a hidden penalty on this.
I understand. 22.
Which... What is it you're asking of them? They're still a little miffed with you, but they're not big dicks about it. Just that kind of like,
First, he is
okay.
apologizing for his
They
overstep.
They don't want to hear it.
And he
Not
is,
like, fuck you, just drop it.
And he is seeing if there is any among them that they think would be worthy or interested in the position of. He has a...
They can appoint someone worthy, one of their senior most and most accomplished, interested in working with you. Not really. Not right now.
I would probably have them working. It's like, understand. I still want that
For
name
you?
to give to the
No.
law enforcer.
If you're going to appoint one of their, if the commander of their watch is going to be promoted, it's not going to be temporary. You promote them or you fucking don't.
Yes, he would still want to put the name forward for... He has the hair from his house. He would not want these accused of showing favoritism to his own house. So he wants to have at least one candidate.
They'd prefer you appoint someone from neither,
I have a...
if at all possible.
But I have a name, and he will tell them the name and that he was given. But I have not been able to meet with them. I felt that going to be the senior knight.
They have more of an impression than those in Carcassonne. They're not certain that the young man would be the right fit for the position of warden, for the simple matter of they're not as interested in the law and order of the towns as they are interested in their nightly tasks. They're more interested in being a young knight than they would be in being a warden who's in charge and responsible for many things. It's not that they don't think the young man is competent. He's definitely got the skill, but they don't think he's the right man for the position. Can he do it? Yeah, probably. They wouldn't have a problem with him.
There was a more neutral party that they have heard of.
You mean take time out of his evening to look into things for you? No, get out.
I'll just that.
He's given you his opinion. He's given you an overview of the order he is part of and that he takes a hand in running. He has been quite cooperative with you, General. No, he's not going to do your footwork. He thinks your legs are quite capable of walking on their own.
Walking and talking
I
to
felt
them at the same time.
It was, hey, I went to check.
Yeah, that's not a no, fuck you. That's a no, and I don't intend to do the work for you.
It's like,
I'm busy
that's
enough.
fine. I understand. Thank you for your time, and he will leave. He's like, if he's wearing his helmet, he might have rolled. If he, like, he's probably not gonna roll his eyes, but he let his head like Yeah, you too. Then I was being rude with the two of
The
you.
Knights of Ardenaul are a little cross with you after your bullshit.
Hey, but now when he goes to check himself, he's already talked to the knights.
Yes, and they have told you their thoughts and their opinions on the matter. They have presented with you the angles they believe appropriate. That's it. They'll respect whatever decision you make, but like, they're not the most fond of you.
Yeah. So I will be looking into the Royal Knights who aren't incensed, and also be talking with that boy.
All right. As for Royal Knights, there aren't many.
I understand.
There's only a handful, and they're not necessarily associated with any particular organization. They work with wherever they've decided to, since they technically squire under the Royal Guard, and then choose to live their lives as they please. They are not beholden to a particular city or order. They're only beholden to the king.
Yes, and
So there's not an organization you can speak with, but you could speak with some of the older royals, or even like a royal knight who has retired.
He'll be doing that just because he wants to get. Well, he does have a candidate, and if nothing else, he will probably put forward 3 candidates. But he'd actually like somebody who was not only qualified but motivated.
All right, so you get to sit down with an older, retired royal knight who makes some time out of his day for you on his own estate. Not even like being, oh, high-handed, I'm making time. Just, I'm old, and I don't want to do a lot of stuff.
He appreciates.
This sounds like business. I have time for it, but this is all I want to do today.
He appreciates the man taking the time out of his day to meet with him. I am
Okay.
looking to the Royal Knights to promote one of the more active ones to the position of a warden. Our kingdom is sorely lacking that, and after the plague. And while I have a candidate, he is a little young and, well, more intrigued in...
He'd ask for the name.
I will give
instead
him.
of speaking indirectly. All right, he receives the names.
But I have somebody...
He would not advise this man.
Yes.
Not
what I
because
know
he
of
could not
him.
do the job.
It is not.
This is a perfectly competent youth. But it's
don't know.
not what the knight wants to do.
Yes.
You have
I
the
have.
authority given by the king to appoint him. Believes it would be detrimental to the knight's own goals, which is more
Yes.
important to a royal knight than others.
I would wonder if you have heard of any knights that are qualified and might have some interest in that.
He
kind of
does
work.
know of an older royal knight who'd be looking to settle down into a more desk job kind of position. They may not hold the office for any longer than 20 years, but they'll hold the office. And they will do the job well enough. However, they might not be the most mobile, since they won't be looking to take a hands-on approach to the job. Alternatively, he's going to quietly question you. Just you're looking to appoint someone to a position subordinate to yourself. Yes, you've checked
Yes. in
in Carcassonne. You've seen for their most senior and who
I've
they
checked
think
in
would be best
Ardmore,
fit.
and-
I know you've checked in Ardennoir. He's
And they
heard enough about it.
yes. He looks very abashed about when he says that.
He'd advise you just treat it as a learning experience. Time
I have been.
passes. If a slight does not worsen it's unlikely to develop to a grudge. Just
It
let
is
it go.
why I want to try to get a royal knight. I will be presenting one from my house, one from the Ordinal Knights, and 1 to 2 from the Royal Knights.
He could advise a few others, but there are not a lot of them in the first place, and there aren't too many that would suit such a stable, stationary position. Royal Knights, by virtue of their more free approach and detachment, yes, to all but the king's will, are not the best suited for such a stationary position.
Would the older knight be willing to take a apprentice, or is he...
You'd have to speak with him on that matter himself, but Royal Knights do not often take them. Since Royal Knights are typically trained and knighted by the Royal Guard, they don't often knight any of their own.
Not a squire, more an apprentice for the position. Well.
That's the same thing. You would still be asking them to take someone as a squire, but not a squire, which is a very strange request.
Yes, then I...
Not necessarily rude, just awkward.
Then I will be discussing with the young man to... Well, I don't think he is position. I would still like to get his pulse of what he is. Young Royal Knights. Knowing some of the Royal Knights might be looking at, well, let's face it, someone like him might be equal for my job itself, not as a subordinate, but as a hat that I can...
He would question you specifically as to your motivations here, since it is something that is very tied to the position, but...
Well, I am a general. Those who, knowing youthful young assets that I could recommend for certain missions and stuff for the council might be beneficial to my job. But that is why I would describe. If I had to make a recommendation, I would recommend, while the old man is stable, if I can get him to at least train a successor, that might be a hard ask, I understand.
You didn't quite let him finish.
Sorry.
The matter of training someone for a position is often left between a knight and their squire. This is an issue you seem to keep bringing up with everyone else. Are you not a knight? Do you not have a squire?
I do not think...
He knows your family. You are
like...
not training your squires to take your position.
No. But I am remiss to put my own squire in a position. Though, I would have to speak with them about this thing.
Then he remarks that he feels pity for those you squire, for you will not see their futures grow. If the master does not look out for his apprentice, then he is a poor
more that
master.
I would not want to seem to be overstepping my authority. Actually, not that bad on my authority yet.
How could you overstep your authority on something that is nothing more than your right as a knight to train your own squire?
I would have to work with the man. I could probably... Would sending my own squire to them occasionally for
Is it your squire or his?
That would be up to him.
No, that would be up to you.
I mean to give the squires under me the best training I can give.
Then you would be best suited to train them yourself, or let them go.
It's like
That's
it's more
not
that
If you do not have the ability to train your squire, you had best let them apprentice under a different master.
what I mean is, well, I cannot. Would it be rude to ask if they could observe his work as part
Probably.
of their training?
well, it's not unheard of.
Well, if I'm training my squire to do
send their
his
squires
job,
to other knights for temporary training, or training in something specific.
Training in something specific with agreements between the two knights, yes, but he's talking about training his squire for a different position in accordance to the royal court by the skills of a different knight. Why are they not that knight's squire then, Chris? This is not
Okay.
like learning archery.
No, I didn't pick it up quite as well as that. So yeah, now that makes more sense.
This is
Get your own
not
squire.
learning archery. This is specifically training someone for a position in the royal court. If it's not your squire, why isn't it your squire? This person's going to have to be with you all the time.
mm,
So, like, if Steven wants to train his squire for a position in someone else's hands, it won't be his squire anymore.
yes, I will have to discuss with him if he was willing to take on. I have, and I would have to first discuss with my squires if they would be willing to possibly separate, or if either of them would be interested in the position.
You may do as you please. If you have no more you'd wish to speak with him on the matter, then you may take your leave at your leisure. However, he will be paying attention to your decisions and speaking with your father. Has come to his attention that you seem confused about your own role in things.
Alright, time to talk to an old person. Yay! Let's not film with diplomacy more. Anyway.
I mean, that's literally true, Titus. Fun fact, promoting your squire, the person you're personally training, into a position of importance underneath you is kind of normal.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is not a like mercantile company.
It's actually weird if you don't as a knight, which is why they've been so baffled that he's asking about their squires and their young up and coming. You have a squire. Why are you asking about mine?
It's
That's like you don't care about your own squire's future, but you want mine to do really well? First of all, fuck off. I'll train the lad. Second of all, I feel bad for your squires. They're clearly not going to take care of them.
This is
Yeah, I was
Panda's
gonna
brain
say-
stuff.
Panda, you're kind of fumbling the ball here.
Fuck you.
I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, I wonder what's gonna.
It's not even nepotism, because them entering as your squire is them expecting you to train them and look out for their future. If you as a knight don't look out for the future of your squire, your knightly training is going to fade to nothing, because the techniques and training you pass down to your squires only continues forward if you teach them well. It's like lineage. If your squire doesn't do well, your knightly teachings don't get passed down.
Anyway. Yes. Anyway. Discussion. Hopefully I'll stop disappearing. fucking
Okay.
internet.
I can't wait till I get a squire who can help those
You know,
poor
at this
people.
rate, Pat is just going to give you his.
If you want this, if you talk to this person about a squire,
Hey,
he
Pat,
might
can
discuss.
I have your squire? I need.
No, sorry. The only person I would ever, it would be this guy or my cousin. The only two I would have my squires to. Sorry.
Anyway, me making fun.
Insult.
Making a joke.
The absolute insult. Okay.
And that would be if either of them were willing to, willing to do such a thing. And their family.
Continuing, Steve.
Continuing, yes.
Stop digging the hole, please.
Yes.
You're really bad at that.
We can't ask him to stop.
Stop!
Well, it's his profession.
Stop! Stephen, you have the throne. You need to give it to Titus, it's his. But you do have the spotlight.
Tell me to stop doing stuff.
I'm not doing it! That was an unrelated joke, Mr. Decker.
Anyway.
I'm trying to sideline the tension to something else. So, Stephen, you have the spotlight.
Steven?
I think he just died permanently. His internet.
Apparently my internet side right now is the time to die completely.
Okay, so you have the spotlight, Mr. Panda.
Yes. I want to talk to the older of the two candidates from the Royal Guard. The one who wants to settle down and take a desk job.
Alright. And?
I am asking if he would be willing to take this such position, and if he either has a squire or be willing to find and train someone in the time.
He's willing to take the position. He has no issue with seeing through the kingdom's security from a more overviewed perspective. He's had enough field work by now. As for a squire, you are aware of royal tradition, the tradition of royal knights.
Aye.
If he were to be taking one, he would be giving them to training under the royal guard, and teaching them in part himself. Why do you ask?
For it's like, it is your position. I would be looking to have a replacement for when you retire, and so it would be you who I would be assuming would be training said replacement.
He will assist, but any squire for the royal knights is a squire for the royal guard.
Mm. If I was to put forth my own squire for such position if they were interested, would you be willing to train them, take him as a pseudo
Have they been trained by the royal guard?
That is understandable, yes.
It is a very simple and a very long-standing tradition.
I can understand that.
If they are being trained by or within the royal guard, he will pass down what he learns, as he has already done in the past, and will continue to do.
I
But
would ask if
that
you
is
do
it.
take the position to be on the lookout for one to mentor.
replace
for it.
himself?
Yes.
Yes, that is not an issue. He will follow through on his responsibilities to the end.
That is good.
It's kind of strange that you'd even need to ask that of him, frankly.
I am being thorough, and I have been known to be a bit blunt in my
Thoroughness is
reason.
likely important upon the royal council, so he will accept it at that.
And I
Please, stop telling him more.
Yes. I'll put you as my top recommendation. I have others.
You may do as you please.
Then
He
I
will
will.
follow through as to the king's will.
Thank you, sir. And I will put those 3 names.
The king is likely directly informed that this particular royal knight was requested to be the warden.
Yes.
So you will know directly, Titus.
So,
Very
and I
good.
will put all 3. I will give all 3 names in it with the recommendations of with his own observations and recommendations to the royal enforcers. Or shut the fuck up.
Which names are you putting forward?
The one from Carcassonne, the one from Arendor, and this man I just spoke to, and I've put him as who he feels would be the most stable and
The royal
politically
enforcer
sound
returns
choice.
the response back to you very quickly. It is within the day you sent it. Each one is simply listed as acceptable, and
But
that
then-
is all.
He will, if all of them are acceptable, he will send a message to the king that he is recommending this man to this position, but since it is one of his royal knights, he's asking the king's permission to actually enforce this. Like, this is the
As
man
the
I
king,
recommend.
as it is the king who already asked for a warden, you don't need to ask for his permission. You just need to give him the 3 people you might appoint to the position, and the king may select from there.
Yes. You have 3 people, and he will have the recognition of the Aranor Knights are displeased with me, so there will probably be a bit of the Aranor Knights will have a bit of friction with me for probably a good amount of time. Choosing one from Carcassonne might be seen as favoring me too much and might cause a bit of unrest. The one from the Royal Guard is the most politically neutral option, but he is not as active as the other 2 would be. He's more of a desk job. Those are your recommendations.
Well then, king, do you have a choice? Since he
Yeah.
has pawned the choice off to you in the end.
I'm taking your
Easy
guy.
game of names. The Royal Knight. I already have this very active border guard, marshal. Having someone more desk stable might serve as a good counter.
Alright,
Hey, look.
it is a guy.
It is a guy.
Goody. I would go back home and
Council
rethink my
level.
choices.
You probably should.
Go home and
I
rethink
think-
my life.
You might need to. I don't know.
I can't believe
apologize
you
to
kept
your-
asking all the other knights about their squires. You eventually got to the point where the knights were kind of concerned about you. It's like, hold on, don't you have a squire? Why do you want mine? You have 2. Why are you asking about ours?
You might need to apologize towards your squire. I don't know. I think they're feeling quite
Probably
down.
will. If I spend the rest of this time trying to,
Oh no, they don't actually care.
Luckily for Panda.
Luckily for Panda, they're not actually expecting him to give them any sort of position in the first place.
Oh
That's
my!
almost worse.
It's
My word.
painful.
He's made aware of this fact to his face because he discussed it with them here. And not even that, like, fuck you, but it's like, oh, no, that's fine. We already have an arrangement. Don't worry about it.
You're getting squired under the second most powerful family in this kingdom, and you're like, nah, bro, I've other arrangements. I don't care if you give me anything. Jeez.
He will still ask them.
You're not being rude. He fucking asked them.
He is asking
One of
them
them want to come join your vote. That feels so
what they are
bad.
trying to get from him and the squireship. Then
Trading? Like,
What
the
is-
official knighthood? Like, what?
What is your goal after? So I made more.
I think that.
I can't. Sorry, just let me talk.
Sorry.
So I can properly tailor their training towards that. I have been
They,
neglectful in such things.
it's fine.
It is not.
It's good you understand that, but it's already fine. They don't mind, like, the combat practice and experience they're getting under you is enough.
Is there more I could do for it? Your patron quite a bit for the stability of my lands. I have to
They
admit,
don't really know.
I will.
It's not really something they've considered until you asked them just now. It's like, oh, can I assist you in your squiring? Can
Is
you?
there something you can think of that
This is your
you would
fucking
like to be
job,
trained?
my God.
If there was anything you could think of that I am not doing that you would like to be trained on, please do tell me. I am just but a man and prone to mistakes, apparently.
Okay.
I have fucked up enough that I'm actually...
Ask for more time to do independent training, maybe?
That is perfectly allowed. I will adjust the schedule as such.
There you go.
Hey, I fucked up, I'm gonna unfuck it. Anyway, enough of my club.
You don't have to unfuck it. Your squires are female. That would be a bit awkward.
Anyway, enough of my clown show. It's somebody else's turn.
They can come visit your cousin. I'll really take him on an expedition.
Nope, you could find your own squire.
I just feel so bad.
Oh, now you're possessive, Panda.
Yep. I realize he has been an idiot and is now taking charge of his men. He tries not to make the same mistake twice.
That just
Fortunately, he's making a lot of them recently. That's fine.
You've been making the same mistake like several times in a row, though.
Yes. Oh, but I didn't click with him until near the end.
I see. Well, I'm glad it clicked at some point.
I do have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Do Seth squires actually have names?
Yeah, I do actually have names and even an image for them.
I saw the image.
I don't have
know
their
the
names.
I haven't written it down. No one fucking asked, even.
I've been fucking...
Titus asked first.
I have been busy, unfortunately. I would have gotten those names, except, when I was working on it, I suddenly got called out. Not any of Nick's problem, but, shit happens.
It's good. I just...
Do you want their names listed, Mr. Steven?
Someone wants to inquire into them, but they probably haven't been seen much in the capital, so... I just can get them, and I assume Vector has it. People who could... you can't write it down for the people who've seen it. Have access to that page.
Hey, I have an important question. How old are these squires?
Like late
because-
teens, early 20s?
Good, it's not weird, because I'm feeling bad enough that I'd be like bringing some sweets or something one of these days. Just like, hey.
Like they're like probably between 17 to 20.
Did you guys want some muffins or something? You want to talk about training? I'm hearing this and going, oh my
I'm doing threat on their training.
He's not. Don't shade on him that much.
I was doing bad on the diplomacy and handling of
Hey,
them.
hey, are we making diplomacy bad a family trait now?
No,
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 his
his
dad
father was
was
good at
perfectly
it.
fine at it.
Just the leadership.
this is just me being bad right now. This is Panda's bad
There.
leadership.
I've listed their names.
No, this isn't my character being bad. This is Panda being bad.
Yeah, so this is unfortunately a case of the character is only as intelligent and charismatic as the player.
Anyway.
So, yeah, anybody else who wants to do things?
Where are these names listed?
Well-
You have not met them, so I haven't revealed it to you, Mr. Chris.
I need to continue the training and to make sure the cohesion is going well between the new rapid response units and the guys under training. I'm dedicating my time to be there to settle disputes between members and make sure their training is up to par. So I'm focusing that very heavily. Would you like to make like a survival roll or something to help teach?
Survival.
Since that
You're
is
training them
my
on which?
one, I'm working on trying to keep cohesion, and two, I'm just trying to.
Cohesion would be leadership, not survival.
I don't get leadership. I'm not even a high enough level.
No, not the fucking feat, my boy. It would be a leadership type role. You need a leadership type skill, not survival.
There
Like
are
diplomacy or, anything else that you might have, like maybe a profession.
Profession and diplomacy have the same role, but
Well,
I could do diplomacy. I'll wait. Gonna check. Are we within range of the capital? Check this.
also, due to the effects of Panda with what he did, and, the extra time and the arrangement he made with his squires, I will also ask if you are willing to allow them to participate in the exercises ongoing with the formation of your guard.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
All right. Are you incorporating them as trainees or an assistant to your task?
Trainees.
Okay. So you'll be teaching them rather than having them help you.
All right. Any penalties or malices before I roll this Diplo?
Nope. You could have gotten a bonus if they were helping you.
Yeah, I'm trying to do my roll right.
You're fine. Do what you want.
18.
It's not negatively impacted. I'd say it's proceeding as you would expect or hope.
That's all I ask.
I have some things I'd like to do too.
Yeah, really wait till after you've won. And you
So-
wanted to roll survival for something?
Yes, to show like some of the more civilians that are being integrated with the units. Like, hey, this is how it's done. I'll do it too. To even show.
So
that,
you're showing the specifics of the tasks themselves.
yes,
This means you'll be focusing on training and not operation.
correct.
All right. Go ahead.
27.
Plus one more to the bonus to the tracking stuff.
Launch that.
That's not enough for a 27 as a permanent bonus. Relax.
Do you want any +1 to the stability or to their tracking and fighting monsters? And beating them?
Not the stability. The tracking and fighting monsters. The stability does go up by 1 as expected for this month.
Okay, making the initial change, which now means the give to stability should be a 3 now. Perfect. I have it noted.
So that would be 1 more stability for you, Mr. King. Mr. King.
Ability. +1.
Yvonne is actually a skilled knight. He is doing his utmost.
Stephen, I will also require you to roll a luck check.
Wait, the call, I think I'll just roll.
D100. Just roll. Alright, the rumors about your endeavors are around, but there's nothing particularly negative. Just that what you were doing and up to this month may be notable by important figures who wish to roll checks. If anyone wishes to roll knowledge and ability to have a rough idea of what Fabian was doing this month, you could roll.
No.
Sure.
As king, I always roll.
I kind of figured the king would roll, but yeah.
Well, you guys are doing politics. We are in the woods training.
You still get to roll if you want, wood boy.
You know what? Sure.
Woodman.
Fuck,
That's
Machine
right,
definitely knows.
Mobility.
Yeah, I'm in the woods.
Yvonne, you're in the fucking woods. Baron, you've heard rumors of it. King Francois, due to the involvement with the Royal Knights at several stages, you are roughly aware of what was happening out of character. Razia Dessard, one of the knights of her region was actually specifically involved in mitigating this dispute in Ardenal, and knows the Royal Knight personally, so you are aware of everything Panda did this month. I know you all had your own opinions on what he did, so you're free to act as you please with what amount of information you have. You don't necessarily know everything, King, but you know pretty well what rumors and such would indicate, as well as his involvement and conversations with the Royal Knights. Yvonne, you don't even know what your cousin's been doing this entire month. You've been in the woods. Baron, you have a rough idea of about what he was doing, and, some rumors, but not anything big,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Might I point something out funny?
What do you want?
5, 15, 25, 30.
I know, everything's a 5 here. It's kind of funny.
Yeah,
You rolled a
and
degree
this
of
is
10.
perfectly going up by tens. It's sorry, that's
It's quite ironic. No, it's quite ironic. All right. Anyway, yes, Yvonne, you're doing what you're doing. You're spending your month doing it. That is all she wrote. Who's next?
I guess I'll go next.
All right.
So, I would like to begin work trying to dig out this area for the pond and set up the aquifer. I also, as part of the process, would like to consume the yellow fruit for augury.
With what BP are you digging it out and constructing it?
This is this is a project requested by both the Spymaster and the King. Are they not able to provide funding?
I think the Spymaster is currently broke. He just spent all the money on new land. Let me go double check. The Spymaster has 1 BP, so no, they have nothing to contribute right now, Rosia. They have spent it all building new farmlands for the kingdom.
Well, I have a BP I can throw at this.
You are then sending word to the king?
Yes, considering the Spymaster is unable to help me. Not unwilling, just unable.
Spymaster has no money. He just spent it all improving the kingdom's agriculture.
Mm-hmm. Understandable. And how much is the counters requesting for the pond?
You can roll to determine what it might cost.
Who? She or
Not you, her.
Okay.
Since she's the one sending
I'm
you the
there. I
budget.
was like, wait.
Yeah, she's the one sending you the
am I
budget.
that-
No. You're fine. So you were talking about rolls then, Countess. What are you doing?
I'm trying to dig up the land so we can get to the groundwater and set up an aquifer to form.
You're
the
just
pond.
straight digging like a well.
Well, that's part of why I wanted the fruit, so I could maybe figure out what the best plan would be.
Okay, so how are you planning this then? What skill?
I was thinking maybe engineering for actually like trying to set up the perimeter and like map out the terrain.
Engineering is acceptable, but I'd want one other skill. Nature.
That's fine too. Let me go look at something.
And how does augury work?
It's the same thing I did for the kings when we were trying to.
Yeah, so we did
decide.
something special there, so what does it do?
Well, I ask a question, and you make a hidden roll to determine the accuracy. At which point, I get one of 4 outcomes.
Okay, well, you may use it when you have a specific question to ask. So, what you doing?
I'd like to ask, would it be ideal to dig out the terrain first when making this pond?
Alright. Okay. And, you're asking if it would be ideal to dig out the pond's area first.
Yes.
No. I believe that's one of the 3 responses you're supposed to get.
Yes, it's, wheel, woe, both, or neither.
Wheel, woe. So wheel is good, woe is no. Woe is bad. Both,
Yes.
and neither is other combinations. Whoa.
Okay, so we do not want to dig this out first. Just weird, because we're going to need that space dug up for the pond anyway. Like, we can't just pour a bunch of water out on the open field. Okay, then I guess, the first step would be to try and identify how far down the groundwater is. We know it's there based on my.
You have a
previous
rough
check.
idea of how far down the aquifer would be. You already made that.
Okay. And how far down are we looking?
You'd be digging for a good. It would be at least like a week's worth of construction. The actual cost of it would really only be 1 BP to just dig down there.
That's not quite what I asked, but all right. Like how large of a pond are we looking at based on the aquifer?
That would actually be a dungeoneering check.
Okay, I can make that too. In fact, let's see, no more than set. Okay, cool. I use one of my red apples for a +5 on my engineering. I have up to 7 of those at a time. That's a crit for a 40 total.
So, first of all, your knowledge of aquifers and your wheel woe, that was definitely not accurate. That was wildly inaccurate. Because that is a very large body of water that is underwater here. Sorry, that is underground here. That is currently sealed behind impermeable rock. Once you penetrate that, it's coming out. Once you break the layer that is keeping that water from the surface, it's coming up.
So, in that case, we'd have to...
In fact, if you do it wrong, you could kill a lot of people. Aquifers are under an intense amount of pressure underground. This one's big. Like this, you're actually, even with your crit, not exactly sure how large the aquifer itself is that you'd be opening. But if you hammer open an entrance, oh, it's coming out. And depending on what measure of rock comes out with it, you could very well create Pompeii. You could plaster the inhabitants of this countryside and the surrounding tiles. Could, being the worst case scenario, of course. Now, the reality of this is that it's under a lot of pressure, and if you screw it up or penetrate the aquifer in the wrong way, you're pretty likely to kill at least everyone on site. King or no king, magic or no magic. Thousands of pounds of pressure worth of water directed at your shield of invulnerability is still going to plaster you.
So
you can have all the royal authority in the world. All of the anger of an ocean's worth of water being directed upon your shield is going to kill you.
So, based on what she knows, then it's basically like we have a orb, or some shape of just impermeable rock that is.
You have some layer of impermeable rock that's preventing water from coming up here for some reason. More to the point, the water underneath is warm. So you actually probably won't have to worry about it freezing if you can get it on the surface.
Would I be dungeoneering or engineering to try and guess, is there a geothermal vein that goes by this?
That'd be dungeoneering, and you've already made it. There is probably a geothermal vein underneath. That's probably the reason why it's pushing the water up like this. Then you could have a veritable ocean of water down there. Heck, given your proximity to the ocean, it might connect to it.
All right. In that case, given that we have the means of, communicating long distance, I would actually like to message the king directly.
All right. So, Mr. King, this is during your afternoon, probably shortly after dinner. What would you be doing?
Looking over reports, taking care of some late paperwork while enjoying a nice wine.
All right. Means one of your more nobles who works with you on this stuff, one of your court members, a kind of approach, knocking on the door, which is partially open.
Irish?
Holding up an orb that's glowing.
Oh. Alright, bring it over here.
Which they bring it over as they set it down on a cushion in front of you.
It is the Countess.
Thank you.
Nods and goes back to his actual job.
Yeah. Alright. He rubs his eyes. Too much candlelight.
You do not have to suffer such strain through the king of a nation full of magic. Unless you choose to use candlelight. That's your choice.
He definitely chooses. He likes it. Um, accepts the globing coal. Yes.
Yeah. Your Majesty, I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
No, nothing worthwhile. What is it, Countess?
I have very urgent news about the pond you wish to be constructed. I'm uncertain if it's good or bad news yet.
What?
We've discovered that underneath the surface, the groundwater that I'd mentioned previously is actually an aquifer, meaning that it's underneath a very thick layer of rock under a lot of pressure that, when we chisel through, can explode outward.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't sound too promising.
I could rig up means to perhaps remotely detonate and burst open the rock to mitigate the chance of casualties, but that's not quite the big issue. I'm uncertain how much water is down there.
Mm. That sounds like a problem.
Yes. However, the matter I thought worth bringing to your attention is that this water is warm. It's very likely that it connects to a geothermal vein.
Mm-hmm. And this is useful because...
Well, for starters, we would never need to worry about it freezing, despite the weather, since it's already heated from below. Secondly, there are a number of things that could be done with a supply of steadily warm water. Even if I were to list out the more luxurious examples, hot springs. Nobles could bathe in luxury, enclosed spaces.
Sounds very useful, but not really to our original use. Testing boats.
Yeah. It does seem very likely that it will be very inefficient for testing, since depending on how far reaching this aquifer goes, we could risk flooding some of the nearby terrain.
Huh. Well, let's let that one lie then. Sounds more the prudent course of action until we look into that, like many things.
Yes, with your permission, I would like to try and map out more of the terrain, try to get an idea as to the perimeter. If I can judge how far it reaches, we may be able to find ways to contain or redirect the water.
A task for later. You currently have another one that, so far, you've not been succeeding at.
Yes, it would seem that we'll likely need to have lumber brought to the ocean as it is. Without more knowledge of how far this aquifer goes, I would rather not risk flooding the terrain.
Then, yes, your choices are the ocean, swamps. We have those as well. Quite wet.
Based on your knowledge of engineering, Mr. Sard, testing a boat meant for the ocean in a swamp would be ridiculous.
Which is
The buoyancy is entirely different.
A swamp is a very different kind of terrain, Your Majesty. The tests would not give accurate results.
All right, then the ocean it is. Well, how luckily that there is established road for most of the way, so that will speed things along alongside existing. Well, travel to the coast, talk to my uncle, find a proper place, and start drawing the resources and start making lists of the resources you need.
Sorry, can you repeat that again, Titus?
He pretty much said, go to the coast, talk to my uncle, find a place, and make the blueprints with list of resources you need.
All right, which means I don't know how long it took me to figure out this place is a death trap, but I suppose I'd be heading up to the coast next.
To gather all the information that you would have needed to determine all this would have taken a good portion of your month. The ensuing travel time and reorganization of your efforts would not allow you to do anything else.
All right, then I suppose I'll use the rest of my month to put together some more potions and sell them off.
Yeah, list your numbers as you wish. It'll be the same as last time if you do the same.
So I want to have you have a look at the formula I've been working on. Since there's two ways I can manage the formula. The first is by budget. The second is more by just time. They're both technically mathematically correct. It's just like order of operations makes a difference here. Since technically the budget formula would drastically increase how much I can produce.
What's wrong with the budget formula? Isn't that basically how it works?
Well, I was going on by the alternate formula as just my, like, rush something out kind of means. Technically, by the standard of the budget formula, it means that I can get 12 potions in 2 hours.
Okay, how did you arrive at this?
Well, as you can see, this is first the base budget. That's without any upgrades for like.
Am I gonna have to look up rules?
No, I wrote down the formula.
Okay, but I was asking you how it works. How did
know.
you arrive at this conclusion?
As I was trying to explain, the normal budget for 2 hours, like if an item costs 250 gold or less, you can get it done in 2 hours. So I thought, okay, well, they're going to take that and multiply it to get what my budget would be for under 2 hours, which would be 625 with, any modifier, all the modifiers.
What does base Pathfinder let you work on per day?
That's why I said base is 250 for 2 hours, or 1,000 gold per day.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like what you're supposed to do then. And it increases to 2,500 per day.
Yes, and the point is that when an item costs underneath that budget, it normally costs, it takes you 2 hours, no matter what the cost is. Because I'm producing it faster.
Then you produce faster. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yes, I'm just saying there's two different formulas to represent what that looks like. But
And what is your confusion?
you know what? It's fine for mass producing items like potions. I'm just going to use the alternate formula because it's a little more balanced that way.
You could use the budget formula. That's legit. That is how the system works.
What budget formula?
He's
So-
formulated a budget based on the rules of item crafting in Pathfinder, and it is how it works. So yeah, that's how it works, Mr. Jag.
Which is why I'm saying, like, I think that for the purpose of like bulk crafting, like making potions and the like.
If it's easier for you to calculate, you can use the alternate formula. If you want to go through the effort of calculating it using the budget formula, you can. I
I'm gonna
don't
use-
care which one you use.
I'm
It's not
gonna-
unbalanced.
I know. I'm going to use the budget formula for making singular items, ones that might be more expensive.
Sure, do that then. Does this answer your question?
Yes. Anyway, so how many effective days am I able to get? Is this the
31.
amount? Okay.
It'll be 5 weeks per month. Well, no, that's not 5 weeks. It's a little more.
4.5.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, I'm just treating it as the standard.
Okay.
It's easier to just say 1 month has the same amount of days than trying to, figure out how real life does it.
Yep. And then 2 of those times 31 for another 62.
Because I could make a list of how many days it is per month, following IRL calendar, but this is a fantasy world. That's a lot of extra work that I don't feel the need to do. I'm just going to say 31 days per month.
Okay.
Do you want to make it 30? Would
Yes.
that be better? Sure. Okay. It's
Yeah.
30, Jake. Nope. You said yes. I'm taking that as gospel. It's 30 now.
Okay.
God
You gotta stop saying
okay.
yes to me. I keep ruining other players' lives.
Too bad. It's 30 now.
Okay.
Okay.
So, what are you doing then,
I-
Mrs. Dessart?
I'm trying to. I'm gonna sell off some more of my stuff.
Okay. Do you have your numbers?
Yes, I added up what I made, and I know what I roll for it.
Okay. Go ahead and make your rolls to see how much you can sell. Where have you written down what all you've made, by the way?
In my gear right now.
Oh, that's fine. Yep, I see. Okay. Go ahead and roll.
Okay, so it's 40, 100.
It's also not based on circle, by the way. It's just based on item demand.
I know. I don't have any other items right now,
Circle.
as in spell level.
Oh.
Alright. 208 of the light cures. And 57 of the moderate cures. Go
Alright,
ahead and convert that to BP.
I'll do more math on that in a second.
Okay. While they're doing math, does anyone else have something they're doing?
Yes.
Alright, what are you doing?
Economic thing. Oh.
Okay, and what are you doing?
So I'm pretty much doing the same thing, but with scrolls.
Okay, have you got all your numbers calculated already?
Yes.
Do you need a sheet, or are you already good?
I could use a sheet, but I have it written on a different one right now.
Okay, I will give you a sheet specifically for this stuff.
Okay.
Well, why only the magic crafters get to make stuff? Hey, if you can come up with stuff you're doing for the month that could make money, go for it. I don't care.
I'm the king. I get rich by sleeping.
That's technically correct.
Okay, so according to the base rules, the scroll one making costs 25 gold to purchase, so 2.5 gold per crafting. It's way under 250.
2.5 to craft? It costs
12,
10%.
12.5. 12.5, sorry.
12.5, okay. I was like, it costs 10%?
No.
Jack, why are you not selling scrolls?
50%.
Because scrolls require you to be able to cast the spell to use. Potions don't.
Yeah, but anyway.
And it is 12.5 cost 2 hours each, so that's 4 a day. 4 times 30 is 120.
All right, you can make 120 of them.
Okay.
And these are scrolls of what?
Bed of iron, which allows you to sleep in medium or heavy armor without any penalties.
Oh, you sell all of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't roll.
Don't roll.
So wait, scrolls are able to sell for that?
No, it's because he's selling Bed of Iron. This is a nation of knights. He sells 120 of those in a month. Done.
I was gonna say, wait, are these potions or scrolls?
These are scrolls.
You know, scrolls require you to cast the spell, right?
No, scrolls requires you use UMD, and a level 1 scroll is not hard for an educated noble to cast.
It requires they have UMD and points invested, but alright.
A single point. Most of them can make that check easy.
Are you sure?
Yes, because they can just keep trying. This isn't a combat spell.
I mean, that part's fair.
This is a spell that literally anyone can use, Jag.
Well, I'm just saying that's a DC 21. That's not a small amount.
That's not too difficult for a properly trained noble who probably has at least a 6. More likely, a 10.
Okay, well...
Kind of only requires them UMDs based on charisma. They're already trained for this, so it's 3, it's 5, 1. Yeah, base 6, and they're probably going to have an 8 to 10 as the actual number. Any knight can use this scroll. And it's not a combat scroll, so they're not worried about percentage chance to not cast, because they'll just, oh, yeah, that's a shame, and then do it again. He can sell those immediately.
Okay. So that comes to a profit of 1,500 over the month.
Yes, which is all straight to personal coffers, because it's not enough for BP.
Okay. And that is what I'm doing for the month.
There you have it. Mr. Dubois, you are finished then.
Yes.
Countess,
Right.
have you accumulated your BP?
Yep.
What number of gold did you make?
15,550.
All right, then that will be 3 points of BP, unless you wish to cover the difference.
No, I'll take the 3 BP this time.
All right, 3 BP. Is it taxable?
Not this one. She does actually need to start building up her wealth again.
That's fair. You're kind of low, so that will give you plus 3 BP, and you'll keep the remainder.
Yeah, which would be another 3550.
There you go.
It has been added.
Now, does anyone else have something they'd like to do for this turn? I'm hearing a no from the king,
No,
which means...
Silence. The king has something he wishes to do.
Oh god, he's getting off his throne. What are you doing?
Yes. These
you made money by
ancient
sitting.
tunnels that his uncle found.
Yep.
Very interesting. The king will go exploring.
As part of an edict, or just, in your spare time?
in his spare time. He wants to look at them and,
All
You know,
right. Do you have any
observe
checks
them.
for this?
yes.
What is it?
So I would like to roll a knowledge engineering. Knowledge engineering to make sense of the structure. Like, ooh, what did this do, and how did that
All right.
go? That
Question:
is
do you have survival?
checks. Cease. No. There's a
Will
one.
you be bringing anyone with survival?
Hmm. If I have any knights with survival, yes.
That will take time to gather them.
Oh,
Since the Royal Knights are not just always on hand, they're usually out
Oh, yes.
doing things. So the
Oh,
answer to
well.
that would be not this month, unless you would find a way to do it. Your warden is very good at survival, and he's doing training right here. Sorry,
Is he?
not your warden, your marshal.
oh, this is good.
You
Summon
can
the
borrow
marshal.
him, or okay, you summon the marshal. Are you going to go yourself, Mr. Marshal, or send someone to survival training for him? Vecna.
You are Marshal. The king
Yes.
summons you.
The king, are you summoning him or requesting somebody to, guide you around these places?
Yeah, like am I being yanked from the
You-
training of the guys?
You receive a missive in which the king has pronounced interest to look into these mines and the structures, and wishes for someone with the appropriate skills to guide him around so he doesn't get unnecessarily lost. He would have preferred that you do it, but if you are too busy, a suitable replacement is acceptable.
Would it cause a penalty if
Can I have a
let him
knowledge? Can I have a knowledge nobility from either of you?
go? Can we both try?
Yeah, I don't care.
19.
Either of you may roll. Okay, 19. And what does Mr. Llewell get? 13.
13.
Llewell, I will inform the king of something before, so that he might, decide to make his decisions. So, if you bring Baron Llewell with you on a long expedition underground, away from the eyes of everyone, off in the middle of nowhere, away from the court, it's not going to help the rumors that might be currently circulating about your majesty that you're quite familiar with. And maybe you should consider asking for someone else. I just
Looking at
feel the
the
need to
court.
inform you that maybe don't
the
ask
court-
for him.
Just maybe, the court wishes in total to accompany the king on this.
The
Fun
court
expedition
that's
into
busy
the
planning for the event you've paid a shit ton of money for is not
yeah.
fucking able
So-
to do that.
I have a solution. 2 squads of the specialists, well, kind of being trained and everything, they already should be used to similar work to this to some extent. Do you think they'd be smart?
The
enough?
specialists meaning the hunting teams, or
No, the 2 out of the 4, 2 of the 3-man squads.
so yes, the hunting teams.
Yes.
Yeah, you can send 2 of them, or 1 of them, or all of them. It's up to you.
Well, to respect the king and his position, sending anything less than 5 skilled individuals feels inadequate.
He's looking for a guide, not a guard.
Is he bringing his own guards?
Yeah,
Points
he doesn't
at
even get a
royal-
choice on that one.
Points at royal enforcer walking with him.
He's not from
Then-
ancient China.
I
See,
don't-
the real problem is that the Royal Enforcer won't help him get out. Can the Royal Enforcer use survival? Yes. Will he? No.
Well, then actually it wouldn't be those squads, because I was mostly thinking of protection. one of the poacher groups that were originally from around Carcinone, the city, near the mine. So one of the local groups.
Going to send poachers to guide the king.
I love you. 3 and a 5.
I can solve this problem for you very simply, since you're likely considering this with some of you, the people who you've been training, or some of the vets or whatever, right?
Right.
Panda's squires will offer to go, since they're familiar with the region and were part of the survey.
I'm not allowed to command them.
They're also
train them.
That's why they say they'll go. I.e., it's a volunteering thing. They're also both girls, so the fucking rumors of the king being gay won't affect them.
Yeah, that would be great. Yvonne's gonna go just deeper into the woods with this bullshit, because I'm just getting tired of this.
I'm sorry.
Be gone with fucking civilization at this point.
Dude, I'm sorry.
You're making the rumors worse, and I'm sitting here like...
I'm not. He wanted to invite you to go explore down in the deep, dark caves, just you and him. Dude,
And the
that's
and
not a good idea.
This is the moment where most kings just dismiss the troublesome one from
I'm
the
gonna point
court
out
and
something.
point someone they can actually order around without rumors. But yes, I am.
I mean, if you
That's
have
not
direct
possible.
positions-
That's
I don't know.
not. Hold on. I'd like to point out that's not possible for a different reason, Titus. Acknowledging the rumors as king would be like confirming them.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna point out...
He's
something.
actually in a position where if you fire him, everyone will think you're gay.
The French king and the king of England
What's going to suffer one of these days? One of these days.
once slept in the same bed to prove that their nations were stable and on friendly terms.
The fuck?
Yes, it's a famous event.
I believe you.
But no, in all seriousness, no, Yvonne is feeling like the woods are more and more important. He's starting to understand his ancestry.
Okay, that's fair. Oh, fuck.
No. Think of it this way. More and more problems whenever you try stalking anyone. The nobles are starting to dislike his group and himself. He's trying to enforce the law. People think he's gay.
Oh, jeez. The guy, the king. Part of this is just not. Anyway.
Yeah, just continuing on.
Continuing. Yeah, you'll be fine. The main concern was just you finding your way out, Mr. King.
Mm-hmm.
If you have nobody with survival, you probably won't be able to read a map.
Look, we need a new king.
No, he won't be dead. Just gonna have to go get him. Which would be bad considering you have Founding Day coming up.
I can't do it. The allegations of the lover saving each other. And all that
That's
bullshit.
actually true.
Okay.
I swear to Christ!
Those rumors are really fucking you guys up. That's amazing. Oh god.
Hey, can
Sometimes
I
it's
make one
the
addendum to my
small-
schedule?
Yeah, go ahead.
Isn't there supposed to be like a monthly noble gathering or something that goes on occasionally?
No,
Or yearly?
There is a yearly one.
that one.
That one is.
Fabian
that's
doesn't have to
December.
sign Yvonne up at this point. Yvonne's putting himself in there.
He wants to beat the allegations.
Yes. Anyway.
It works for me, but seriously, Kevin,
It's so
I don't know who's being
If the
more
GM
disappointed with
can stop
family, me or you.
laughing about
I'm sorry. Sometimes it's the tiny details that become the most annoying.
in the know. God.
Anyway, yeah, you wish to explore. You have survival. You'll be able to get out. What are you doing? You're rolling engineering, dungeoneering.
I would like to roll engineering, when observing the old works.
And what are you trying to judge by rolling engineering?
he's trying. First off, he's oohing and ahhing a little bit. Okay, how was it made? What did it do? Because clearly they found a way to control the flow. They clearly found a way how to use this to their advantage. So he's trying to figure that out. In this case, it's probably more a hobby since he's not that well trained in it, but hey, he never knew this stuff was down there.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to interrupt slightly.
Yeah.
I need another handout.
This one. Okay, go ahead and roll engineering then.
Minor 12. I expected as much.
Examining the kind of vast tracts and carvings that trail along the mountain in spaces, it's unclear how exactly they worked and constructed. So it carves through in spots. But there are many spots where there's nothing, where there would have been something leading the water that is no longer there. Whether it be like an aqueduct, like something you've already built, where there's just missing infrastructure, or something else. Hard to say. Most of the control would have happened in built infrastructure, which is mostly gone. As for how the water came down from the surface, you can determine one thing. Based on examining around these tracts at some point, there's evidence of them having existed under the ice in a few places. Will you take the time to mine?
Well, not me personally during this expedition.
Obviously.
But
you will be there for it, though, since this is your endeavor.
He'll make notes.
No. Are you doing it or not? You can make notes if you like, but that will be a no.
No, because this is not his mountain.
Okay. Well, you can know that the origins at the top are somewhere beneath the ice.
Interesting.
As for where it eventually leads to, hard to say. But the likely candidates are either the mine or the quarry.
Yeah. Well, he has resolved to return, but considering he might actually have to have work done to this mountain.
Oh, you could have had the work done on your say.
Well, yes, but these are the lands of House Ledoux.
They're also the lands of the king.
Nonetheless, these lands were granted, and thus it is only proper that at the very least he talks to them.
Very well. That will be the end of your adventure then, Mr. King. There's a lot of paperwork waiting for you back home. The founding festival you've so very well invested into awaits you.
The paperwork stacks ever higher.
It does.
This was a good
dropped on the desk with a firm bump when you get back.
Slight grumbling of the court. The king finally returns. Please signature all this now, please.
I need you to look at this, my lord. This is almost as tall as I am. And
there is more.
There is. This is today's workload. We have catch up to do.
I guess I'll get to work.
Well, you sure better.
You know
Some of your
what?
administrator's gonna goddamn quit if you don't.
Hold. I have a thing for this.
I do have a thought, and I have an important detail.
Okay.
These rumors are nearly crippling for interactive work at all.
It's almost like the nobility would like to find a flaw in the king. You are just an unfortunate individual who happens to be an excellent angle at finding a flaw in the king. But being gay is not a flaw. You're right. It's not because he's gay, but more rather the fact that he won't have any heirs would make him a pretty bad king. We could adopt his siblings' children. But then why wouldn't they make them the king? The problem comes into secession. Titus is kind of expected to continue it. Physically.
Yes.
If he's gay,
Hurry
that's
up and have
something they can
several
find
children.
flaws in him with. Please don't have bastards. That would be really dumb.
It would be.
Anyway, I'll be using this spell upon myself to deal with the ever-increasing workload.
That's fair.
We'll work
Excellent.
away.
You get given more papers.
Yes.
Workload is doubled because, oh my god, thank god we can catch up. Here's more.
Oh wait, this works as well.
Well, good for you. Yes, you're an excellent king, your majesty. You catch up on your missed workload rather swiftly. Good job. Once again proving that you belong in the chair.
Oh, Christ, give me a second. That particular one, I am feeling a certain amount of need.
Too bad.
Hey, look,
alright.
it's somebody else's turn to suffer.
Yep. We get to the events time now.
Boy.
So, I was gonna roll. We've
rolled
gotten
last
down to
time.
only one person left. Cedric. Now, since there's only one, you guys can all choose to have mercy on him, and let it go back to anyone, or you can condemn him and make him roll.
If I roll?
Yeah, you did.
What the first?
There have been 4 rolls so far.
You rolled an 80.
I have rolled.
Oh, you rolled an 80.
I am Cedric Dubois, and I have rolled this number.
Excellent. I need you to roll another D100.
Oh, that's not
You
good.
find-
When
you
something actually happened.
You actually did something.
Oh, it's time to potentially re-roll that.
All right, excellent. I need you to have roll another D100.
What the heck is going on?
You're going
Something's happening.
17.
I'm ready. Might need to re-roll that.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to beat that number, Jag.
What?
It's freaking 80. There's not a lot of numbers.
Yeah.
It's not about the number.
Yeah, no, the chart is weird. It's not necessarily higher is better or worse.
Wow.
It doesn't matter.
It's, hey, here's a bunch of numbers. They all do different things.
Yes.
Your result might be catastrophic or fine. It really depends.
Okay. So in that case, over the course of this month, there have been incidents in the bank. Nothing bad, per se, such as incidents. Now, with people ending up in the wrong rooms, occasionally due to some measure of unrest occurring within the bank itself, whether it be a reflection of your own previous mood or simply random magical chance. What would you do about this, Mr. Dubois? The bank is unsettled. People are not getting their deposits when they go to withdraw, and they have to wait for a few days. Or some of the accountants and tellers are getting lost within the bank itself and have to have some of the guards go in and bring them out. What are you going to do about this?
Oh,
You only have so long to respond. I'm timing you.
I would be investigating.
How so?
I'd start by taking statements.
All right. Well, you received the information I've already arrayed in front of you.
Okay. Then I would be comparing statements, what people said, and what they experienced before getting lost to see if there's any correlation in that. If there's something happening suddenly.
A lot of them are getting sent to similar places. The vault keeps depositing them around the same location.
Okay. There we go. I would take some of our guards and personally investigate this location inside the bank.
All right.
Out what's going on.
Do you have a check for this?
Well, let's start with knowledge to engineering. That's possible.
I'll allow it. Roll it.
And can I have you roll a luck check, D100?
Yeah. 17 in the luck check.
With dungeoneering, you can quite quickly figure out the bank seems to be trying to get your staff to somewhere for some reason. It's not sentient per se, as much as it has a will of its own. It's a very powerful magical artifact of sorts. Through this same will, you wait, you close the bank down for a day, to great distress to the treasury, which loses 1 BP. You should account for your loss of singular BP, Mr. King.
Bringing off the court and the king increase.
The royal treasury was diminished because of banking issues.
My statement in the garbage can increases.
Neither case. And after it is shut down for a day, you simply wait. Then you access it yourself with your ranged unit. The vault shows some turmoil, expressing scenes within the door that vary like a kaleidoscope, before settling on a black, smoky portal. What do you do?
How strong is my force that I brought in here?
3, 2, 1.
How strong is the force that I brought in here?
You have a couple of knights and a number of soldiers who've been employed here for a time, but you will need make a choice very quickly.
Let's go.
You step through And the moment you do, the gray fog gradually fades as you are stepping through it. The heavy footsteps of the couple of escort knights beside and behind you. The soldiers behind them before. As the fog completely fades, you are looking around at a large room. But when you are looking around, there's no floor, and you look down, there's no floor underneath you, and then you fall.
Looney Tunes logic, got it.
Now, you don't fall far.
Okay. How far do we fall?
You fall enough that you take a bit of falling damage, but it's not enough to pose anyone here any potential risk of real harm. You have armed and armored knights, and you yourself are a battle mage with plenty of hit points. No one's going to be hurt.
Okay.
But it is perhaps uncomfortable to fall upon metal.
Ow.
You have fallen into gold. A lot of gold.
Okay, I will. Are these in the form of coins? Gold in the form of coins, or ore, or bars?
Oh, it's all coins.
Look down.
Look down. There's
That's-
coins. You look around. There's coins.
Coins look minted.
They're all minted. They're old, but they're minted.
They look like our coins.
Yes. Some of them, particularly one of the ones you fell upon, an old, particularly looking piece that's almost not gold, but showing a greenish tinge, actually has the symbol of the first king of the kingdom upon it. Minted when the kingdom was first founded.
Did we? Bury our kings for gold? Didn't think we did that. That's weird. Where?
Regardless, finding your way out is interesting and difficult, and does actually require your knights and soldiers to dig, as the door is actually buried, and they have to push gold out of the way. You are stuck inside the vault for... roll a d4.
Two.
2 days. However, roll 4d12s.
Total 30. 7, 6, 7, 10.
You are in possession of 30 BP worth of unlisted wealth.
Ale?
Some of it is actually rare and could be worth potentially more. What was the first one you rolled?
7.
7. 7 points of it could potentially be worth a lot more, but you're not clear. Since not all of it, once actually properly brought out and sorted, a process that takes a week or two. So that's a lot of gold, dude. Some of it isn't just coins per se. Some of them could be considered relics. In either case, all of it is completely unaccounted for. It can, in a second, be yours.
Is separated out. Well, after another day of thinking about it, Zedric will go to the king.
All right, you will have to go to him in person. This is not something you can resolve without conversing with the king.
Of course.
The king, I've heard a bunch of free money.
A lot of money. It's Marvin's in the treasury right now.
It is. It is.
It's like a quarter of a year's worth of income.
It's a considerable quantity, yes. All right. You're coming to the court then?
I'm coming to have a private audience with you.
All right. You'll be, you will be, yeah, you'll be, presented into the, into the personal solar, which is his office, more or less.
Okay. Your Majesty, I come bringing interesting economic news.
Oh?
This is a list, and I hand them basically a listed out of, let's see, it was 23 BP worth of what we found.
And 7 BP worth of questionable items.
Right. Yes.
Effectively, it's unclear what exactly they're worth.
Found, well, the bank was acting up. I went and investigated, and we recovered a bunch of coins and other such items, including what could potentially be described as artifacts from the founding days of the kingdom. This is a list that I am showing you in particular of what we found. 7 BP worth of this. It is unknown whether or not it could be worth more. We need more time to dig into that. Or we could just use it as it's currently valued.
This is considerable. My lord. This is very considerable. Looks over the list. Very considerable.
Jesus.
Yes. Yeah, well, completely unaccounted for. We have no records of any of it.
My. Well, the fortunes definitely favored you. And I'm assuming you've brought this to my attention.
In a rather rare display, you actually see the armored hand come over your shoulder and take the list from you.
Wait.
The enforcer quietly reads the list. You can respond however you wish.
I'm actually not standing upright anymore. I'm leaning on my cane, wide-eyed. I am super surprised by this.
I look up into the enforcer. Could have waited until I was done with it.
Someone roll a D100.
I'll do it because I'm not there and I think it's funny. Oh.
76 stands.
I forgot I was muted.
He puts it down on the table, and he points at one of the sections listed reliquary. Cursed. Foul items.
There's you. How do we deal with those?
Your decision. And he returns to his usual silence.
Well, in regards to the cursed items, might be better to keep them locked up for a while longer until we can figure out what to do with them.
I'm not sure
Unless you do not wish to store them in your bank.
I'm not sure if we should or not. From our investigation, this is the reason the bank was acting up.
The money or the artifacts?
The pile, let's say, all of it was basically, with this new information, I feel like it was all dumped in a hole.
Interesting.
Inside the bank. Why the bank would start acting up now, after so long, I could not say. We did not think to look into whether or not any of it was cursed, so I could not tell you what kind of curses would be on it either.
Old. Well, apparently he knows. Well, we're going to make this then relatively. In regards to the reliquaries, keep them within the vault if you are willing. Separate, locked. We'll see if we can get either the Countess or perhaps the church involved in finding out what they are, and how to deal with them. As in regard to all this wealth, well, it was found by you, so you definitely deserve a excellent portion of it, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but it is minted in the first king's image. So I figured that would be up for you to have a final say on.
Very well. I shall grant you 13 BP. As you did find it, and you brought it to, and you could have kept it, but you didn't. So you should be rewarded for such loyalty.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Yes.
There.
Adjust the numbers in your treasury and move the coins to your vault.
Very good. And of course, safeguard the artifacts until further notice.
On that note, there is a question. Do you think it would be more proper to put the total of the cursed objects in a single location within the bank, or spread them out in the lower levels where not many go?
Better to spread them out. That way, if something happens, they're not all gone at the same time.
Very well. Thank you. At this point, he will bow appropriate bow and leave the personal quarter, or I forget what the room was. You said it was
His solar.
the solar. Yes, the solar. Okay.
I've updated the sheet. I'll make notes in the few contracts of the House of the Moon.
Do you wish to handle this event immediately or take your time?
Oh, I want to take my time.
Okay. be leaving it to resolve whenever it resolves, whether or not that makes it better or worse. So, you're splitting up the 23 and leaving the 7 as is? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
They were put in separate vault locations within the bank. Down in the
I get you.
down in the deeper levels where most are. Heck, we don't even have any clients that go down there because we don't have that many people anymore.
Correct. There's a lot of forgotten stuff down there, too. I choked on my drink.
Your treasury has been updated, Lord Demont. You should find a generous 13 BP now in your treasury.
That's good. I will take.
Event phase. You cannot spend any of it.
No, not spending any of it. No, this is something. Well, I mean, technically, I would want to spend some of it, but.
What are you doing?
The church here. I would want to take all those who helped me handle all of it and take them to the church and get us just checked out, make sure none of us are cursed for handling it already. And if that costs, take it out of this.
No one is cursed.
Okay.
I did roll. You just got lucky.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just double checking. Want to double check the. I didn't.
Yeah, good point. But you're fine.
Next day, dead because of a curse. Yeah, I should have checked.
Possible. And he never showed up for work again. What a tragedy.
You don't want that happening.
Again.
Yeah, glory.
Oh. Okay. So that brings us back to the beginning of the mechanics.
Are we? I mean, it's.
We should stop
Playing.
here.
I was
We
gonna
may
say,
stop here then.
We've been playing for 5 hours. Might be a good time to stop.
Then we will stop here.
Sounds good.
I'm going to leave this music playing, though.
I am going to stop the stream now. Stop.
Might want to say goodbye to your audience.
Goodbye, audience. So long, farewell, something. I don't know the song very well.
Alvida San.
What a great outro, clearly.
This is
Oh,
Mr.
this is
Decker
goodbye.
signing off with the rest of the nuggets from the Discord chat.
Yes.